Hey folks, welcome back to the VegasDon channel. We're here in sunny South Florida. We're going to venture off and see how far we can go with a signal down to the Florida Keys and do a Florida Keys drive. Always remember to please like and subscribe as you come in. We do all things Vegas and everything everywhere else we go. Try and bring you as much information as we can about the places we visit. This is University Drive here in Davie, Florida. I'm sorry, Plantation right now, but it'll become Davie on the other side of 595 here. We're going to actually get on to 595 and head eastbound towards Interstate 95. This flyover ramp, a very convenient accessory for travelers looking to go east or downtown. From University Drive. University is a very, very busy thoroughfare. There's a lot of shopping and dining options there. For road ranger assistance, call star 347. And here is the entrance to Interstate 595 eastbound. They have these flyover ramps over the exit lanes. They used to kind of converge and diverge lanes, and now they just figured, okay, we'll just build bridges over it. Certainly got to be more expensive that way. 95, 4 miles under 5 minutes away. We want to get out of this lane. Exit only lane here. This whole roadway underwent a huge expansion, renovation a few years back. It used to only be 6 lanes, 3 on each side. This is Davie Road we're going over now. Take you into the town of Davie. And this is the multi-stack interchange here with the Florida Turnpike at 595 and State Road 84. The winds have been out of the west, which is highly unusual here during our time in South Florida so far. Could you handle the chat since it's over there? I think. I mean, just read it to me or whatever. You don't have to be on there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. I don't want you to have to go through all that. Okay. East 595. So here, State Road 84 branches off. I'll be taking this video and putting it up on YouTube in different segments, bite size if you will, so that you don't have to watch the entire trip. But we're going to see how long we can go with a signal down here into the Florida Keys, all the way down to Key West. Exit permanently closed. Oh my. I don't know what exit that was that they permanently closed, but I think it might have been to State Road 84. Yeah. And then they have their express lanes, or Lexus lanes as they're called, sardonically. And it's always fun merging. It's an adventure just like it is in Vegas. No one knows how to merge or use turn signals. It's part of the fun of South Florida. Looks like an old truck there. The casino at Dania Beach, that's the former Dania Highlight location. They turned it into a casino. And they're still doing work on the roadway here on 595. You can see the state flower coming to bloom here, right in front of us. So this ramp over here on the right will carry you over to Interstate 95 North. You can drive yourself right up to Maine if you want. We're going to go southbound here, heading to Miami on Interstate 95. State flower here is the same as it is in Nevada, which is pretty much the same as it is in every other state. Orange and white, blooming along the sides of the road, with fines double when workers are present in those zones. You can actually see downtown Miami in the distance from that elevation up there. Yeah, everyone just kind of flies along in front of you. And then this is the exit for Griffin Road. We do not want Griffin Road. We want Interstate 95. And here we are. This is known as one of the most dangerous roads in America. Interstate 95 here. This stretch of highway in between West Palm and Miami. It's about an 80-mile stretch total between the two cities, and you have, again, so many people here driving from all over the world, all over the planet that come here. And everyone has a different driving style, driving habits, and they learned how to drive differently, and they just mix them all up on one big happy stew here on the interstate. And then they wonder why there are accidents. But of course, the most common cause that they'll cite is speeding. Whether that's true or not, who knows? But I know police officers would never fudge the numbers. They would never do that. Skew statistics or anything like that? No, they wouldn't do that. To try and make things look good. You know, because they get more money from the federal government when they have more speeding. Look at this minivan, my God. You know, in Vegas they say that tolls enforced.
Linda and Steve says hi.
What?
Hi, Linda.
Hey, Linda, welcome. Thank you for being here. I know it's early for you. We're actually, oh, sure, come on in, dude. My God, they are brutal. They are brutal here. So yeah, those are the Lexus lanes over there. And they're supposed to be faster than the regular travel lanes. Now, whether that's true, I don't know. If you get caught over there, it's a hefty fine. And you'll notice at some points here, can you rearrange these so that this one is on this one? Because I want to run the vent up. It says it's getting a little warm up there again. On the right, you see the home of several radio stations that serve South Florida here, 99 Jams, in addition to some others. It is, it's just hit or miss showers, but other than that, yeah, it's a beautiful day. Temperature right now, the car reads 91 here at almost 11:30 in the morning on this Tuesday morning after the Labor Day weekend holiday. Everyone mad that they have to head back to work. Wanted to try and start our drive a little bit later since we knew we'd be driving through Miami. Didn't want to end up getting hit with traffic. And I'll probably want to get into the Lexus lanes over here on the left in just a moment, whenever they open up. Express lanes, 2-axle vehicles only, buses allowed. So they don't want the semis over in the Lexus lanes. This is Hollywood Boulevard here, which is another little town here. It's actually not that little, Hollywood, Florida. Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville is down on, one of them at least, is down on Hollywood Beach. Again, if you're new to the channel, welcome in. Please like and subscribe. Really appreciate you guys being here on this Tuesday morning. And here's the express lanes entrance. So I'm going to go ahead because we did pay for the tolls. Prepay for the tolls, that is. And this is where traffic starts to become really, really bad. And this is why it's worth it to just prepay for your tolls. I think it was like $9 a day add on to the rental. And again, there's a lot of hand wringing and furor over the fact that the state is charging money to use roads that were long ago paid for by the taxpayers. It's funny, just like in Vegas, government's inability to manage growth, they keep rubber stamping the approval for all the new developments and all the new residents moving in, and then they wonder why there's so much traffic. So how do they cure traffic? The same way the government cures everything else. Money. They charge people to modify behavior. I think is the terminology I've seen in the news articles. Modify behavior. She said, "Hi, Mrs. VegasDon."
Hi.
Cinnamon and Jupiter here, along with me on this magic carpet ride down to the Florida Keys. Ives Dairy Road. We're now in Miami-Dade County, guys. This is about 50 miles long north to south, Miami-Dade County is. And Ives Dairy Road is the first exit here. 14 miles to I-395, which is right near the heart of downtown Miami. 17 to 22 minutes, it says there. Huh? And for some reason, the Lexus lane is moving slowly. Ives Dairy Road, named that because there was a dairy, a dairy farmer, a long time ago. Look at the exit there for Ives Dairy Road. So it's massive backup there to get off at Ives Dairy Road. It's interesting because, again, with the population and the politicians rubber stamping stuff. So over on the beach to the east of here, off to the left, there's a town called Aventura. And it's almost nothing but condos. So you just have people piled in on top of each other. And of course they all drive and they all have cars. And so the traffic here in Aventura is terrible. Everyone wants the sun and the fun, but there's too many people wanting the sun and the fun in this case. So now we curve to the southwest. We're going to head towards the Golden Glades interchange, one of the most convoluted interchanges I think anyone has seen in America. See the tolls there, 50 cents to get down to the 826, which is really not that far from here. And $1.50 to get to, I forgot, I didn't see where the other one went. Oh, $1.50 to get down to 395, which is just outside downtown Miami there. Yes, Linda, exactly. Yep. Yeah, they tried to do that in Vegas with the HOV lanes too, but the commissioners started to kind of push back on it a little bit. So now the Lexus lane, well, they don't charge for the express lanes, but now they're like 6A to 8A and like 4P to 6P or something like that. So during rush hour hours only. But when they first started them, yeah, they were 24 hours a day. It's coming up here definitely on the itinerary.
I think next we're going to do Seattle, though.
Yeah.
And then after Seattle, Chicago. Because neither of us have been to Chicago.
Nope. Thursday, 9-4 to Monday, 9-8, 95 express closure, State Road 112 to the Golden Glades. Oh my. That's a big stretch of roadway. And it's always under construction. That's the beauty of it. All these road construction companies getting paid lots and lots of money. This is Miami Gardens Drive we're going over right now. The stadium, actually, Hard Rock Stadium, where the Miami Dolphins play their NFL home football games, is often that exit.
Wait, Linda, where do you live?
I think she's in San Diego.
Oh, okay.
And it's early there.
Yeah.
8:30. Thanks for being here, Linda.
And we appreciate you very much.
Yes.
We love seeing your name pop up.
Yes. Definitely. And so this is the Golden Glades interchange. We're actually taking the HOV lane over the entire mess down there on the Golden Glades. This bridge is 90 feet, 9 stories roughly up in the air, and it flies over the whole thing. But you have the convergence of a lot of different roadways here. Interstate 95 with Florida's Turnpike. Absolutely, Linda. Thank you for being here. Right on. You have Interstate 95, Florida's Turnpike. State Road 826 here, which is an expressway off to the west. There. And State Road 7, 441, all meeting at this one point. And when they first built it, it was just a nightmare. But you do get a fantastic view of downtown Miami from up here. Off in the distance there. Again, if you're new to the channel, welcome. With Josh, welcome. Thanks for being here, buddy.
Hi, Josh.
We are approaching. Yes, good morning. We are approaching downtown Miami on our way down to the Florida Keys. We're going to drive and see how long we get a signal for. And of course, the state flower in full bloom right here. And they got the traffic down to 3 lanes over there, so it's a very good thing we're here in the HOV lane. Goodness, it's usually like 6 lanes, but the way they've got this now with the construction, wow. It'd take light years, or not light years, it would take eons to get up through all of that. So just again, the way that people drive and stuff. Express lanes entrance. Traffic piling up behind me back there as they approach that Golden Glades interchange up there. Speed limit of 60, it says in here. So here we go. These are all numbered streets for the most part here in Miami. Everything's a grid pattern for the most part. And so we've got 135th Street, which runs out to Opelika. There used to be a flea market out there. The Opelika Hialeah Flea Market. And these are more than Lexus lanes, guys. These are racetrack lanes. Look at these guys. Oh my goodness. 125th Street, 103rd Street. 103rd Street will take you out to Hialeah, which is one of the homes of a lot of the Cuban refugees that came here during the Mariel boat lift back in the 80s. I believe it started in 1980. But of course they have Little Havana here, which is along Calle Ocho, which Pitbull has made certainly famous. But that's 8th Street in downtown Miami, just west of downtown Miami. Yeah, these guys are looking for every inch of room that they can gain. And to drive like that in a Suburban too. You have all sorts of blind spots and everything in that thing. Yeah, so Linda, I actually grew up here. I grew up in Fort Lauderdale, just north of here, and used to come down here and hang out all the time back in the 80s and 90s. And so, yeah, I grew up here and have seen a lot of changes. I left here in '08. And after that was when they put in these Lexus lanes that they call them here. Where you got to pay to use these express lanes. Although the traffic on the right side right now seems to be moving in this area. 103rd Street, 95th Street.
I've also been here before. My first time here was in 2001, on the way to Puerto Rico, and then the second time was in 23, and then this is my third time here.
Yeah. Yeah, these guys, well, they got what they wanted. They're flying along up there. Can't even see them anymore. Yeah, that Suburban's way up there. Big self-storage unit over here off to the right. This is the city of Miami. Right in here. All along in here. Speed limit of 60. Tell that to the Suburban. We have Northwest 81st Street and 79th Street here. Exit. That'll also run you out to Hialeah. As well as out to Doral, which has a famous golf course out there. Doubletree by Hilton right there, it says. That was always kind of not the best area. Interestingly, you put the Hilton name on it. And then I see along the Miami skyline there are cranes on the tops. So they're still building condos down here, left and right. Despite the Surfside condo collapse back in, I don't remember what year that was, but the condo partially collapsed. And they say it was due to shoddy construction. But again, when they built all of this was all swampland. And that swampland couldn't be sinking, right? They would take the sand and silt out of the ground and leaving nothing but the water behind, and take that sand and silt and just pack it down real hard and stuff, creating land upon which they could build homes, etc. But when you're putting all this extra weight on top of these things, I don't know that the Army Corps of Engineers originally saw that happening with these huge condos being packed in tightly on top of these lots of land. Jacksonville, cool. Yeah, Jacksonville, it's funny, in Florida we consider, this is the 112 expressway that'll take you out to the north end of Miami International Airport. In Florida we consider anything north of Orlando to be kind of like South Georgia. It's the running joke. In fact, they call the Florida Panhandle, the beaches there on the Florida Panhandle, the Redneck Riviera. So like Pensacola, Panama City Beach, Destin, all of those places. Yeah, they make the jokes about the areas up there. But Jacksonville's a beautiful city too, and it's got some beautiful beaches. Their beaches are like 12 miles away from the city itself. You have like a sizable drive out to the beach from the city, and there's millions of traffic lights. I remember the one time I was up there. I've driven through Jacksonville a million times, but I've actually only gone to Jacksonville once. Again, if you're new to the channel, welcome in. Please like and subscribe. Also, please check out Cinnamon and Jupiter here on YouTube. She does awesome astrology and spirituality videos. And even if those aren't your thing, if you could still like and subscribe, it would really mean a ton to us as we try and get her channel established and off the ground. We need to get on the 836 West here. MacArthur Causeway eastbound, right lane blocked at Alton Road. Ballpark, UM, University of Miami, Jackson, VA Hospital, Civic Center, all sorts of different venues up here. Miami's rideshare app. And just like in Vegas, rideshare does not work here. You have so many people, so spread out all over the place. It's very rare that you're going to end up working with someone who lives near you and makes it worthwhile enough to try and carpool. And if you live in Broward and you work way down here in Miami, God bless you. You can see the lanes there that go down south, straight into downtown Miami, always backed up. And then South Beach, if you want to go to South Beach, you would access that via 395 eastbound there. I actually have videos of that in the video library there. We're going to go westbound here. Also, please check out Josh702 here on YouTube. Really cool guy, does some terrific videos. And he loves music, and I think that's something that we can all share together. So this is Jackson Memorial Hospital here. It's kind of the UMC, if you will, of Miami. The UMC, University Medical Center there in Vegas. Looks like they're building more express lanes here. And that's what they're building these huge columns for. Look at the columns, they have like flowers on them. Decorative columns. Designed to make you feel good about sitting in traffic.
Were they building those last time we were here? Because they look familiar.
They were on the other side. So we were on the other side of 95 when we came back from South Beach.
Okay.
And so it looks like they're continuing it out here on this side of town too.
Okay. That took forever because that was 2 years ago and they're still building.
They're still building, yep. There is Lone Depot Park right there, home of the Miami Marlins, a Major League Baseball team. Cinnamon and I will be going to a game there on Friday. I won't be able to live stream that because, of course, I'll get the channel in trouble. So,
I've never seen a baseball game, like a real baseball game. The 51's games don't count. That's not real baseball. Well, now it's like, you know, the Aviators, but even so. Nobody really cares about minor league.
No. Arrive alive, don't drive high. All right. And this is Northwest 27th Avenue, which is University Drive, which is where we started our live stream this morning. And you can drive that all the way down here and it becomes 27th Avenue. It's weird here, the major streets here are all like, they all like end in 7. You would expect that in Vegas. The streets would end in the number 7, lucky number 7. But then they name all the roads in Vegas. They don't do a whole lot of numbering. And so they've made the shoulder over here on the left a bus-only lane. That's new. I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, can't do that. So 37th Avenue, Douglas Road, it's also known as, and then 42nd Avenue, Lejeune Road. I'm not sure what the origins of Lejeune Road are.
Camp Lejeune.
Camp Lejeune, yes. So this used to just be 3 lanes. It is now 5. And of course, that's not enough. They'll keep slapping lanes on here. And then a whole bunch of little hotels and stuff. That's because you have Miami International Airport coming up here on the right. Yeah, Josh, right on. At Wrigley, oh man, that's a dream. I'd love to do that one day. Maybe sit in Steve Bartman's seat. You remember Steve Bartman? Steve Bartman with the notorious fan interference during the 2003 National League Championship Series, the Cubs and the Marlins. And there goes an American Airlines plane. Yeah, so you have a lot of hotels, a lot of little convention space and stuff like that around here, because this is Miami International over here off to the right. Miami is just a very, very packed, congested town.
There's an A380.
Oh, wow.
Sit on our right.
We missed the A380, the double-decker, four-engine plane.
My first time seeing one in person.
Yay! Good. Let's see, 72nd Avenue, 87th Avenue, and then West Flagler as well as U.S. Highway 41, which is Calle Ocho. Yeah, if you try and take surface streets, it'll be eons. They have converted, this used to be free. This used to be a free expressway. Now they have it another toll gantry here for Sun Pass. Whoa, 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 easy. Speed limit 55 now. Want to get on this. So this is known as the Dolphin Expressway here, the 836. We're going to get on the 826, which is the Palmetto Expressway. And half a mile. Oh. There we go. Our sons are in the back seat, just enjoying the ride back there. So Palmetto Expressway. And you can never believe some of these people when they have their turn signals on. So Florida's notorious for that. You used to see that actually in movies and on TV and stuff. With the little old lady who leaves the turn signal blinking. This is new, this interchange here, because this used to be a cloverleaf interchange, which was rapidly outdated almost as soon as they built it. So now they have multi-stack flyover ramps here. Rental specials over here in front of us there. So now heading back southbound. Interstate 95 actually terminates just south of downtown Miami. So you can try and take, whoopsie, his lane ends. You can try and take US 1, which is where Interstate 95 terminates at, all the way down to the Keys, but that'll take probably 4 or 5 years because there's traffic lights almost at every block. Down here on 8th Street, back in the day, when I was bouncing around from college to college, I actually attended, I think, 3 semesters down here at Florida International University, their main campus, down here off of 8th Street. That was a drive. That was one of the reasons I bounced around to Florida Atlantic University, which was a little bit closer. So now we've gone past Flagler Street here, named for Henry Flagler, who played such a huge role in the development of Florida. He was the one that brought the railroad down here, and that's what helped to develop Florida. Flagler Street, the 0 street separating south and north numbering here in Miami. You were watching that game live on TV? Wow. So was I. I mean, what a memory that was. Of course, I was, a Marlins fan, so I was ecstatic. But, the Cubbies fans, they were all like, no, the curse has not been lifted yet, and all that. And they went on to lose that game, and then they still had a game 7 that was up in the air, but the Marlins ended up winning that one too. Oh, wow, Harry Carey's restaurant. I need to go to Harry Carey's restaurant. That's awesome. Harry Carey, the longtime Chicago Cubs announcer for the Cubbies games. The Cubbies have of course won a World Series since then, but for a long time they thought there was a curse on the Cubs, as well as the Red Sox. They thought both teams were cursed back in like the before they won World Series championships. Now we're gonna stay here and get on the 874, which is known as the Don Shula Expressway, named for longtime Miami Dolphins NFL football coach Don Shula. Vegas Unlocked is here. Welcome, guys. Thanks for being here, guys. If you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe. Also, check out Cinnamon and Jupiter, as well as Josh702 and Vegas Unlocked. Terrific channels, terrific people. Vegas Unlocked does some terrific content down on the Strip, as well as on Fremont Street. Live streams on Wednesdays and Fridays. Tonight they have an interview live stream. So Vegas Unlocked, if you could post your link, please.
Tony's also in here. Hi, Tony.
Tony, welcome, Tony. Thanks so much. Also, please check out Tony Teresi's channel from Down Under. Tony's another very cool guy. And he's down there in Queensland, Australia. So still continuing here southbound. Now on the Don Shula Expressway, which was always a toll road, but so this is, now we're entering the area of South Miami. In 1992, when Hurricane Andrew came through here, most of this area was devastated, especially down in Homestead, which we're approaching here up ahead. Sun pass or toll by plate. And again, I paid the $9 a day for the tolls. Whether I use up all $9 a day, they don't have any more cash. Like, they don't have any ones at the toll booths anymore. So it's either you have the Sun Pass, which is the little electronic thing you put up on your windshield, or they mail you the tolls, a bill for the tolls because of your license plate, whoever the car's registered to. Southwest 88th Street. This is Kendall Drive. Kendall is another major suburb here of Miami. A very well populated suburb. In fact, there's a lot of people here in Kendall. 874 here, the Don Shula. It's like a 7-mile stretch of roadway, but it helps connect the 826 to the Florida Turnpike. Otherwise, you'd be sitting in a lot of traffic where the 826 ends on the way down to the Florida Keys. Also, feel free to follow me on Instagram, VegasDon4747. Do a lot of Vegas-related content on there. That bridge is high, 19 feet. Almost 20 feet. Speed limit of 50 down here. Lots of green though. Very, very lush, very tropical. They get tons and tons of rain here. In that regard, Vegas is certainly jealous. It rained our first full day here. We tried to do a live stream down A1A on the beach here, and we were bombarded with rain the entire length of our drive, down from Deerfield Beach all the way down to Fort Lauderdale. We have two more exits up here. You can see these. I don't know what they're doing with these sound walls, but what do you guys think? Is that better than what Vegas has with its brown sound walls? Make it a little more colorful or something. Miami-Dade College. A few years ago, the state decided to make community colleges, which are of course 2-year colleges, full-fledged 4-year colleges. So when they did that, A lot of the locals here that went, that started their college education career out at the community college had to bounce around to another 4-year university once they completed the community college. Now they can stay there for the full 4 years if they wish. Apologies for my son in the back seat. He's never seen the Florida Keys, so he's very excited. So we should be merging with the Florida Turnpike right up here. Thank you, Linda. Thank you so much. Oh wow, it rained. Wow, it rained in Vegas.
It'll be good for my pumpkins.
Yeah, she's growing pumpkins in the backyard. That's been an adventure. She's had some pests in there.
We'll see what happens. I'm supposed to have. They're supposed to start fruiting before Halloween. So hopefully I have pumpkin pie from my backyard.
Yeah.
Sometime around Halloween. Definitely by Thanksgiving. But we'll see. It's been kind of a challenge. Everything here just grows so easily. I just wish it was like that in Vegas.
Yeah. This is a concrete canyon here. They've got ramps going all over the place. Caribbean Boulevard and Southwest 137th Avenue. So South Miami, after the hurricane came through, Hurricane Andrew back in '92, they rebuilt it, of course, and a lot of people moved in down here. Take the SunPass only ramp here, just because I don't know what the traffic's like. Homemade pumpkin pie, yeah.
Vegas Unlocked asked me, or not me, asked you about how they bill the rental for the toll.
So you can we got this through Budget. Budget offered the option when I was checking out to add on. Of course, they ask you to add on all sorts of things, but they asked you if you wanted to add on for I think it was like $9.12 a day or something like that, extra for unlimited tolling, which down here definitely comes in handy. Or they pay by plate, but if you get a rental car and you do pay by plate, then there's a late fine, or there's a fine from the state, and then you get a fine from Budget, the rental car company, on top of that. So if you own a car and you don't want to buy the SunPass thing down here, then they'll send you a bill in the mail for whoever the car is registered to by the toll by plate. But a lot of people just pay the $30 or whatever it is now for the SunPass and drop that in their windshield, and the gantries pick that signal up as the vehicle passes underneath it. Thank God there's nothing like that in Vegas yet. It is really a pain.
I don't really think we have the infrastructure for that.
Yeah, the roads there, yeah, this is all sprawling. I mean, this is all over 80 miles, really, between West Palm and Miami. I remember being a kid growing up, going to school here, and all of our teachers would tell us one day this whole thing is just going to be one big continuous city. And they achieved that a long time ago. It is definitely one big continuous city. Better not have to, I know, right? I hope they don't never decide to do that. And I thought this would be faster to be in this lane. It has proven false, so I'm going to do a no-no. Right there. Get out from behind these guys. I think some people think the express lane is like the slow lane or something, I don't know. Cutler Bay down here, that was one of the areas that was hard hit by Hurricane Andrew. Yeah, they just kind of sit there. It's weird. Quail Roost Drive? That was always a fascinating name. I remember seeing that growing up. It's US 1, 14 miles, 14 to 16 minutes. Arrive alive, don't drive high. And Miami Metro Zoo, which they renamed something else, that's also down here too. It's a very big zoo down here. It's one thing Vegas was kind of missing as well.
We definitely don't have a zoo.
Yeah.
Well, there is a zoo, but it's not like, it's like kind of a neat, I don't know, I haven't been there in many years. Last time I went there, I was chased by a peacock. And so I never went again because that was terrifying and it left a very traumatic emotional scar. But people aren't exactly, that's not on everybody's itinerary when they come to Las Vegas. So we're not known for our zoos. I don't even know if that zoo is still around.
Zooby Zooby Zoo. So all roads down here in South Miami end up ending or merging in with US 1, US Highway 1. US 1 runs the entire spine of the eastern seaboard, all the way from Key West, all the way up to Canada, the border with Canada there. Monkey Jungle exit right here, exit 11. In the state of Maine, US 1 runs all the way up there. And so for the US highways that are not interstates, US highways run small to large from east to west. So US 1 here, and then out in Vegas, of course, there's US 95, as well as US 93, etc. And the non-interstate US highways east to west are all even numbers. So like US 2 runs along the northern edge for the most part of America. And then I think US 98 is the last one, which is down here in Florida. And then it carries itself northward somewhere. And then the interstates are backwards, the reverse of that. So largest to smallest from east to west, 95 here, Interstate 95, and then all the way out to Interstate 5 in California. And then largest to smallest from north to south. So Interstate 90 up there that runs between Boston and Seattle, all the way down here to like Interstate. There's an Interstate 2. I think it's in Texas. Never knew that before. I saw that a few years ago. I'm like, wow, Interstate 2. But US 1 down here in the Florida Keys, one of the most scenic drives. The only challenge is going to be ensuring that we have a signal the whole way. That's the only thing I don't know about. But if we lose you, we'll come right back. And apologies for my son. He's having a good time. So Southwest 112th Avenue, exit here. We are 9 miles away from US 1. See a lot of boaters. So Key West 138 miles away. Black Point Park, fishing, boating, and canoeing. This is, again, very green, very lush. They can, right, Linda? Yeah. Linda mentioned the peacocks.
Yeah.
I mean, Springs Preserve is okay, but they don't really have animals.
They do have that butterfly habitat.
Yeah.
I like. You don't even need a zoo to be here. You walk around and there are like iguanas everywhere you look.
Yep. People get them as pets and then they get too big and they end up releasing them. And then you have a bunch of wild iguanas. They also have a problem down here with pythons. I guess a lot of people like to get pythons and then they grow too big and then they release them. And they actually hunt them. The state sanctions like a hunting thing every year for the pythons, because they're an invasive species and they really don't have any predators out there. I mean, it's between them and the alligators. And I'm sure you guys have seen some of those battles go either way between the alligators and the snakes. I've seen an alligator win one battle, and I've seen a snake win the other battle between the two. So
thank you, Tony. Yeah, I just launched my magazine on the 30th. It is available on Issue. That's ISSUU.com. It is available for purchase and download. And the in-person paper magazines will follow.
Homestead Air Reserve Base. So when the Hurricane Andrew came through here, there used to be a Miami-Dade Fire Rescue right there on the right. There used to be Homestead Air Force Base down here. And after Hurricane Andrew, the decision was made that they were going to abandon Homestead Air Force Base. That made a lot of people very upset. They also wondered why, especially with, Cuba and Russia and all that back in the day. And of course, Soviet Union had already been broken up by then, but still Cuba has been communist nonetheless. And they decided to go ahead with it, and they did. It's Homestead Air Force Base sat vacant for a while now. It says Air Reserve Base, so maybe they do like training and stuff like that. There's a naval air station down in Key West, just outside of Key West, though, so they would handle anything. And then there's MacDill Air Force Base, which is in Tampa. Those planes, of course, can speed around and get down here in a matter of seconds if they need to. At least that's what they told us when they went through that whole joint base consolidation thing. Southwest 288th Street. Homestead Motor Speedway is actually down here as well. They hold NASCAR races, just like Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Thank you, Tony.
I'll post the link.
Yeah, the pythons, it's amazing. People, they get them as pets, and it's like they either get out or people just can't handle it and they just go out into the wilderness and let them go. And it's like, that's a terrible idea, because they're not going to have really any predators. And there are all sorts of animals out in the Everglades. There's wild boar out there. There's the Florida panther, which is said to be endangered. Save money with SunPass. 888-TOLL-FLA. Campbell Drive, 312th Street. So I think Miami, the numbering system up to... Well, I think I've got Metro-Dade behind me. A police officer here. I think I will get over very calmly and let him pass by. There we go. There you go, officer. Sergeant. All right, Sergeant. Do your thing. Yeah, so Miami, the numbering system from north to south, I think it's somewhere around 215th Street. Look at this guy. There is no helmet law. I mean, there used to be. You used to need a helmet to ride a motorcycle here. They stopped that back like 20 years ago. Mile marker 3, so we're now 3 miles outside of Homestead here with US 1. Again, if you're new to the channel, please like and subscribe. Also check out Cinnamon and Jupiter here on YouTube, as well as Josh702 and Vegas Unlocked. And Tony Torrisi, Torrisi. Very cool people, awesome channels. helping out other folks. That's the way it should be, in my humble opinion. My very first, when I first started the channel, it was in 23. Florida City here is a city that's right next to Homestead. And when we came down here in 23, that was when I first started taking videos and stuff. And I would put videos up on YouTube, and I would show them to Cinnamon, and I'm like, people want to see this. People are watching these videos. I'm like, wow, that's cool. I didn't think anyone would care. Because originally I thought I would just put them up for myself, and then I would just, you know, access my videos on YouTube whenever I wanted. But then I'm like, oh, people like this. People would comment, and they're like, oh, this is so cool. Thanks for sharing this. I'm like, wow, that's awesome. So then I thought, okay, why not do it in Vegas? Lane ends, merge right. That's because we're approaching US 1 right here. You can go back north on US 1, but who wants to do that? That's no fun. Expressway ends. Exit 1. Largo Honda. Largo in Spanish means long. So Key Largo, Long Key. Ironically, there is another key called Long Key in the Florida Keys. So this is where we get into a little bit of traffic here in Homestead. And Florida's turnpike system. And let's see if I can get around this guy. Right here. Whoa, yellow lights. So this is Southwest 344th Street. Long John Silver's. I thought they closed them all. There's one. And it shares space with a Burger King. Oh no, it's not open. If the whole building up there's been tagged. Sal, welcome. Thank you for being here. Sal Squatch has joined. Thank you so much, Sal. You taking a day off today, buddy? We saw you, you were live streaming yesterday. It's good to have a day off, though. Definitely good to have some time off. $2.85 a gallon for regular unleaded right there at that Shell. $3.49 for mid and $3.79 for super. Diesel is priced at $3.49. Guys, also please check out Cali Drives, C-A-L-I, second word drives, like driving a car, D-R-I-V-E-S, and Cali Planes, C-A-L-I, and planes, like the things that fly around in the air, P-L-A-N-E-S. Very cool guy, very awesome channels. Very, very cool guy. Sal does some live streams from Fremont Street as well. He'll live stream the bands, but especially if Sugar is playing down there. Sugar is a very popular band. They've really risen to the top of popularity down there on Fremont Street. I know they performed last night. They were doing what, Mondays, Fridays, and Saturdays, or if not Mondays and Saturdays of late. But they did the summer concert series there. Oh, Sal, thank you so very much. Wow.
Thank you, Sal.
You're awesome,
really
brother.
Really appreciate that. That's amazing.
Thank you so very much for the super chat, Sal. You're awesome, brother. Wow. Yes, please check out Sal's channels. His Cali Plains live streams are epic. He has a great community, lots of fun folks in there. If you love plane spotting especially, and even if you don't, it sounds just fun to listen to. He has a lot of fun out there, and that's really what it's all about. They always said, right, when you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. Everyone always told me when I was a kid that I should be either a DJ on the radio or a tour guide. So I guess this is kind of blending those two ideas together somewhat. Amoco over there, wow. I didn't know they still had Amocos around, at least at Amoco branded gas stations. American Oil Company. Very cool. I didn't know they still had Amoco. Tonight, 8P to 6A, US 1 southbound to close at mile marker 126. They have a detour onto Card Sound Road. So you have two options through, but from South Miami here. Oh, what are you doing? Okay. From South Miami here all the way down to Key Largo. And that is either Card Sound Road or US 1. Card Sound Road is a toll road, though. And Card Sound Road, I believe, is off to the left there. But we're going to take US 1 here. Please let me know if you guys start buffering. This is the area that I'm really concerned about in here. Key Largo's 20 miles away, Isla Mirada 41, and Key West 100 and, what did it say, 144?
122.
122. Right. And the mainland Florida will start to gradually fall away, and we'll be seeing a lot more in the way of water around us. For eons, they have had this roadway at 2 lanes. Right now, it's here still at 2 lanes. And they had to put up this barrier here because people would, there were a lot of very, very bad collisions. They were trying to, people would go around slower moving vehicles. And they have passing zones in here. Oh, thank you so much, Tony.
Tony, thank you. I really appreciate you. I
Wow.
worked so hard on that magazine for, gosh, weeks. Every night we'd put the children to bed. I'd write an article. It just slowly chipped away, writing articles and then laying everything out, taking the photos. I did a painting exclusively for the magazine. Thank you so much, Tony.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Tony. They closed yours 3 years ago. Yeah, I used to love Long John Silver's. The Hush Puppies were awesome. Yeah, I miss that place. I think there's one on Fort Apache in Southwest Vegas that's still open. You can see the Everglades spreading out on both sides here in front of us. Yin, welcome. Thank you for being here. Yin is another awesome dude. Got to hang out and watch some rock and roll with him there on Fremont Street.
Oh no!
My son in the back seat. Apologies for that.
Oh no!
Yeah, we're behind a looks like a Roto-Rooter truck up here that got over at the last minute. But there's passing zones in here. We just have to wait for the passing zones. They used to have signs up here that said, patience pays, only 3 minutes to passing zone, and stuff like that. And then when the passing zone opens up, it's a free-for-all. Everyone starts flying. Yes, it feels like a Saturday night. We've got Linda, we got Tony, we got Sal, we got Josh. God, thank you guys so much for being here. Right on. And Linda, I really appreciate you being there that last, for that one, for, what was it, Bling, that Bling concert. That was another rough night. We had some really wily folks in there, in the chat. Rough and rowdy crowd. Passing zone ahead, 2 miles. And it really, really helps to have moderators there. That night, that was the night that we were there. Nope, that's a turn lane. He's gonna go for it. Oh my goodness. that was the night that that guy inexplicably jumped up on the stage when Bling was playing. Mile marker 123 miles outside of Key West now. Jumped up on the stage and thought he was going to start partying with Bling. And there's not enough room to try and get around on the merge lane there. But I'm glad they put in this center barrier here, because it was really, really dangerous. They used to have just like two solid yellow lines in the middle there, and people would just ignore them. Passing zone ahead, 1 mile. Yeah, it was crazy, right, Yin? Yeah, and then there was a video, someone else captured a video of security down there. They tackled the guy. If you haven't seen that video, check that out. I forget what channel it was on. I think maybe I saw it on TikTok. Maybe it wasn't YouTube. But yeah, they tackled him, because I couldn't see from where I was there at the stage what was going on. But then all of a sudden I heard the crowd cheer and stuff. Because the people next to me and stuff they were all yelling at the guy. They're like, get off the stage, because they stopped playing music, right? Bling stopped playing music, and they all started to take their instruments and go backstage. And people were mad. They're like, dude, get out of there. You're ruining the show, you know. So then the sound engineers, who were, you know, almost always stationed there right next to the stage, the ones that were there came up and they started to try and corral the guy. They weren't trying to touch him or anything, but they started to try and corral him until security showed up. And he finally decided to jump off. And, okay, this guy should be in the right lane, but he's not. So here we go. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, the replay, it's amazing. I captured him when he got up on the stage. I didn't capture the tackle, though, because he took off. Slower traffic, keep right. Right lane ends, so it's like a mile-long passing zone. Yeah, and that Roto-Rooter truck is still on the inside lane. That's like a no-no. Again, if you're new to the channel, welcome. Please like and subscribe. We do all things Vegas and anywhere else we may be, wherever we may roam. Where we lay our head is home. Here on the VegasDon channel. Also, please check out Cinnamon and Jupiter, Josh 702, Tony Teresi's channel, Vegas Unlocked, and Cali Drives, Cali Plains, here on YouTube. Awesome people, awesome channels, terrific communities, beautiful people. We should have a theme song, right? The beautiful people. Although that's kind of has a kind of a negative meaning, though. That song doesn't exactly talk favorably about people, but Marilyn Manson. Yes, this is about a 20-mile stretch, I believe, between Miami, so at the end of South Miami there, and Key Largo. And I'm glad you guys are still around on Main Street. It was on the 3rd Street stage. The one there with Bling. Oh, no, that's where I hung out with Yin. Correction. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the Bling incident. Yeah. No, I was hanging out there with Yin there at Sugar. They were at the Main Street stage, yeah. And then Yin went down there and got some pictures with Sugar. That was awesome. And so I don't know if I've told all of you guys, so I'm just going to repeat myself again. I asked Maya, and I actually have a video of her dancing She was dancing while 90s Station was performing Backstreet Boys at the end of their set. And so she was dancing with some people that she knew out in the crowd. And I need to put that video up because that was really cool. It was cool to see her, you know, just being one of the regular folks out there in the crowd. But I asked her, I said, why do you guys not perform the one song that would make the most sense for you guys to sing? And she looked at me funny and she's like, what song is that? And I'm like, Pour Some Sugar on Me. She's like, oh, we're practicing it actually. We're working on it. And I'm like, I know it's licensed down here because all the other bands play it. So I know it's not a licensing thing. And she's like, yeah, we're definitely working on it. So I happen to love that song, so. Yeah, dude, that was awesome, Ian. I'm so happy you got those pictures. And then I saw Sal got a picture with them when they were going around meeting people around the around that security gate there. They posted that to their Instagram. Oh, see, this is why collisions happen. That guy wanted to get around and let's see if I've got I'm gonna try and do this legally. There we go, there's the lane. Oh, okay, it's a passing zone. I didn't realize we were in a passing zone here. Yeah, that was a really, really cool experience, being able to see you guys with Sugar. That was awesome. And that's the thing about them. They are so personable and friendly, as was Spandex Nation. I mean, Peter always got down with the crowd. And then he would go up on stage and get down with the crowd, right? Playing that 80s rock that we all know and love. He was, Maya and Eva went around and got pictures with, I saw Sal and then I saw that other dude, his name was, what did he say? Oh, shoot. The dude with the black curls, the black curly hair. Oh, man. It'll come to me. He's always there for Sugar's lives. And there was another night there where I was doing a Sugar live, and Sugar was there was a woman standing next to me. It was a Saturday. She was standing next to me, and the person on the other side, we were both standing up at the security gate, and she's flinging her hair. She had really long hair, and she was flinging her hair all over the place. So you start to see some water over here. Just wildly flinging her hair, and I'm like, hello. And then I don't know if you guys saw, so on that night, the night of the Bling incident, I was there with Bling, and a guy came up next to me right at the security gate there where I'm filming, and he stands like right next to me, and I'm like, okay, yeah, that's cool. And then he kind of like started to like kind of nudge me a little bit and stuff, and I'm like, do I know you? And it ended up being Wisconsin beer drinker, whom we have seen on our Saturday night Alter Ego live streams. So that was really, really cool. Now entering Monroe County, which is the entirety of the Florida Keys. Monroe County.
Yeah, our son's the next Michael Winslow from Police Academy.
Yes.
Today he's a car alarm.
Yes, Sal, I do. My goodness. Yes. Yeah, that was some people, you know, they do these crazy things, and it's like, I mean, I know, you know, everyone's pretty much drunk down there, but it's like just, it's the old, you know, your rights end at my nose kind of thing, right? Come up and start pushing people and stuff like that. That's you know, that's not having a good time anymore, you know. And I know they want people drunk because they want them to make back. But the concerts, and I would go down and try and film spandex if I could, but Karina's already down there usually for most of their, if not all of their lives, so I don't want to go down there and cover something that someone else has already got, you know, and all that. Karina works really, really hard, and she travels with them and stuff too. She's like a super fan, so that's really cool. I know she went to Calgary with them this past, well, the summer of, what was that, last month or the month ago? A month or two ago? I hope they bring Spandex Nation back. Peter's a really, really cool guy. Some of the bands down there, not as personable. I won't say names, but it was also nice to meet Candice from Alter Ego. I had not had an opportunity to get a picture with her, and I saw her when she was going in. Each of the stages there, they have like a back room, and I think that's air conditioned or whatever. So they all, when they're not on stage, they go into that back room area. It's like just like a 4-wall brick whatever. And I saw her go from the stage into there, and I was like, hey, and I'm standing outside the security guy. I'm like, hey, can I get a picture with you? She's like, well, I gotta do some stuff and get ready for the show. I'm like, okay, well, I'll, you know, just real quick, whatever. She's like, all right, give me a minute. So like 15 minutes later, she finally comes out, and she's like, yeah, okay. And she's like, so wait, who are you? So I told her, I said, I'm VegasDon. I have a little YouTube channel, and, you know, always try to cover your guys' lives. Everyone loves Alter Ego. Everyone loves Candice. Da-da-da-da. She was super nice, though. And she was asking me questions about the channel and stuff. So that was cool. And then Maya, when I was talking to her that one time, she said to me, she's like, yeah, so I just want you to know, I know on one of your videos, you said to your chat or something that you didn't know why we were cutting the show off early at like 10:45. She's like, that's because we have to get off the stage and make way for the next band to get up there and prepare and do their sound runs and all that. And I'm like, oh, okay, cool. No, that's awesome. Thank you. And I'm like, wow, you watch? Well, I get, and it would make sense that they would watch their own performances. But yeah, I guess she watched their performance on the VegasDon channel, so that was cool. Now we just need to tell her about the Cali Drives channel for the times that VegasDon can't be there, so they can also see their performance there. Sal, did you have a chance to tell them that? Did you have a chance to tell them about Cali Drives? Jamie Lynch. Oh, cool. Oh, wow, yeah. That's cool. Key Largo, 2 miles away. Island Rada, 27. Key West, 105. Glad to see the channel, the signal holding up here. I was worried about that. Visitor Center, 2.5 miles. Welcome to Florida Keys National Marine Sanctuary, Gilbert's Resort Drive right here at the very north end of Key Largo. Sailing away to Key Largo. Here's looking at you, kid. Oh, Tobin, yes. This F-150 up here, very impatient. Where do you see a rainbow, right? There's a lot of clouds out there on the horizon, but... And you see them, some of them getting up very tall, where they hit the upper layers of the atmosphere. State trooper heading the other way. This is Jewfish Creek right here that we're crossing, and it's a big bridge because of boat traffic that passes underneath it, and it's a fixed bridge, so you can't have big yachts passing underneath there. But they have named every little creek, every little everything down here, every key, everything.
I really feel like I'm in a swamp.
Yes, Yin, that's a very good way to describe it. It is very, very humid. And yeah, the heat, it's like Vegas. It's like Vegas if it rained. I mean, it's one of the things that I like about Vegas. I mean, I don't like the extreme heat, that's for sure. See the sign there? It says Key Largo. And there should be a Circle K right up here on the left. It's almost where everyone stops on the way back up to get gas or whatever before they head back up to Miami. And it is still a Circle K, $3.09 a gallon there. Dagny Johnson Key Largo Hammock Botanical State Park and Card Sound Road. John Pennekamp Coral Reef State Park, 4 miles. That is, I believe that's the only underwater state park in America. Don't quote me on that, but I thought that's what I read one time. So the speed limit in here, 45. They do enforce it very strictly down here. College of the Florida Keys, Upper Keys Center. Florida law, move over. When emergency vehicles, there's the Florida, wow. Like a little building there. These message boards here. Oh, Sal, you're taking off. Okay. Thank you so much for jumping in, man. I appreciate you, Sal. We love you, good buddy. Thank you so much for the super chat, bud. You're awesome. I was scared to speed. Yeah. Yeah, the cops here, yeah, I mean, it's hit or miss. When they're doing their blitzes, yeah, it's you can't, you don't want to be speeding, but when they're not, when it's not the end of the month especially, when they're trying to hit that quota. Yeah, this is Key Largo here. See all the little buildings here along the way. $332 fine. Phone use in school zone. Wow. Mile marker 105. They get smaller, of course, as we get closer to Key West. And there's a school over here on the left, Key Largo School. I guess that's probably all the grades in one. 301 a gallon over there on the right. Oh, you're not leaving? Oh, cool. Okay, good. Oh, spandex. Okay, cool. Welcome to Rolls Waterfront Park. All right. Over there on the right. And there's a condo on the right. You don't see too much in the way of condos down here. There are some down here, and there's certainly in Key West, but not so much along the rest of the Keys. They try to keep it, you know, this quaint, villagey type of feel. Big Chill. I guess that's a bar. Sundowners Salty Bar and Grill. Yep. And there's some boat storage there. Reef House Resort and Marina here in Key Largo. Florida Scenic Highway. Go Raiders! Yeah, I did my my NFL picks. I think it posts tomorrow for week 1. I'm gonna do that again this year. Our weekly NFL picks for entertainment purposes only, of course. That's a pink and blue building on the right there. Wow, that's quite a color scheme.
They're Vice colors.
They are, yes. Miami Vice colors. Yeah, and he is very cheap. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. With the A's coming to town, same story. The A's ownership is notoriously cheap. And I don't think people realize what they're getting when they get the A's coming into Vegas. It's not going to be pretty. And in baseball, it works differently than in, say, football, because in baseball, they have a collective TV agreement. There's a cop right there in the middle. That's why we do the speed limit down here. That is a Monroe County Sheriff's unit that was sitting in the median. Yeah, you can't speed down here. These guys, they're on top of it. So you have the state troopers as well as the Monroe County Sheriff's Department. And this is the only road. I mean, you have roads that go off to little neighborhoods and stuff, but this is the only main thoroughfare. US 1. Alfredo's Cookhouse. As long as it's not pizza by Alfredo. Hampton Inn over here on the right. No, it's going to be a covered stadium, and so yeah, it's going to be they're going to have AC in there. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be retractable roof. I think it's just going to be like a dome. The Sharks, yeah. The Sharks and the Knights had a good rivalry there for a few years. Yeah, so I was saying, so MLB, what they do is they have like a collective TV bargaining agreement. So every team gets to split an equal portion of the TV contract, the MLB TV contract. So like the major cities, LA, New York, Chicago, etc., those markets get the same amount of money in TV money that the smaller markets do. Like Milwaukee or Miami is considered to be smaller in the Major League Baseball world. Or San Diego as well. So everyone gets the same amount of money. So that's one of the main reasons why a lot of team owners don't care that the stadium is empty. You know, because people are like, well, the product sucks on the field, so why go? And you know, we're not gonna give any money to the owner. But the owners in MLB, they're getting money from the TV contracts, unfortunately, and it disincentivizes them to make the team playoff worthy, right? And that's what they do, is they're just so cheap. I have that problem with the owner here in Miami. He does the same thing. He's very, very parsimonious, very cheap with the money. And so a lot of teams, right, they'll get these guys, the Major League Baseball teams, Dollar Tree on our right here, they'll get these guys, you know, fresh out of college or whatever, or out of the minors, and so they'll work their way up, and they won't have to pay them very much. If they have a few good seasons early, then what happens is, Lauderdale Drive right there, if they have a few good seasons, what happens is they end up getting traded away. That was the case with Giancarlo Stanton with the Marlins. He was an amazing player, just right out the gate. And it's almost like the Marlins are almost a farm system or a AAA affiliate for the Yankees. Almost anyone good that we get goes to the Yankees or the Brewers for some reason. We had Christian Yelich go to the Brewers and someone else, I forget. But yeah, so I mean, you really just, in baseball, it's really the same markets, the same teams. Marshall. The same teams every year, which is good for those cities. But yeah, the TV contract, it definitely spoils them. Wendy's over here on the right. Apologies for my sons. $3.05 a gallon at the Valero over there across the street. Discount liquors. Domino's now hiring. Cuban food, it says there. Mattress Firm. I mean, you need all of these places, of course. all the amenities. Here, the median becomes much larger, and you have businesses in the median along US 1 here in Key Largo. Sunset Cove Resort on the right there. This is truly paradise. You get yourself a boat, come out here, and just... This is what Jimmy Buffett loved. And Jimmy Johnson, for that matter, right? Jimmy Johnson has a place down here. Pinecrest Bakery over on the left there. Mile marker 99. Royal Furniture. Avenue Subs, Mr. C's, Andy's Pool and Spa. We used to come down here when I was a teenager. I remember listening to Pearl Jam for the first time on this drive. Listening to Black and Even Flow. Jeremy's Broken. Trying to sing the words to Jeremy's Broken. What are you saying?
We went to, we were at karaoke the other night.
Yes, that's right.
Someone was singing Even Flow, and there were some weird selections.
Yeah, so we went to this with $2.99 a gallon there at Marathon gas station. So we went to this restaurant, and they told us when we got there that it was karaoke night on Saturday. So Cinnamon loves singing karaoke. And so $3.01 a gallon at that Valero. So she went up there, saw the set lists, and she did her thing up there twice. What did you sing? Tell them what you sang.
I sang Zero to Hero from Hercules.
Peter, welcome. Thanks for coming in.
And Higher by Creed.
And I must say, she rocked both of them.
Thank you.
She really did. The folks that were there loved it. It was really cool.
I guess I did all right because people kept coming up to me.
Yeah. And that was without any liquid courage.
Yeah, I don't drink. I just sing.
She is a teetotaler.
Yes.
No motor vehicles there in the median. Speed limit of 50 now. Very, very green. This is so different from Vegas. Everything's brown.
Bye, Josh. See you later. Thank you for joining the
Yes,
chat.
thank you for
And
being here, Josh.
with us on the drive.
Please check out Josh702 here on YouTube. Does some terrific content. Baker's Cay Resort over here on the right. You know what, Tony? I did video it. Oh my. He has just pulled over right there. And he's got his buddies joining him in the median. Buttonwood Bay. Right there. God, that they both pulled over. Oh yeah, they're on a mission today. So this is one of those times. What is it? Oh, it's the first of the month. They are all lined up in the median down here. I will, Tony. Yes, I will. Definitely. And somewhere up here is Theater of the Sea, which is like a little aquarium type of thing they have here. It's pretty cool. But soon the green will change to blue. The color of the sea. Where you'll have the Atlantic Ocean on one side, on the left side, and the Gulf of Mexico on the right. Yin, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you, buddy. Have a great day, my friend. Key Largo Professional Center. Okay. Flagler Railroad motel. So I should mention the history of Flagler, Henry Flagler, a billionaire back in the day. He was convinced to build a railroad all the way down here to Key West, all the way throughout Florida, and then on to Key West. In building the railroad all the way to Key West, he had to build over some pretty long waterways, and a lot of the workers perished when building. There's a state trooper going the other way. When helping to build those railroad bridges. 1935, a hurricane came through down here in the Keys and wiped out a lot of the bridges. But the automobile had started to, become really popular, of course, by the 1930s. So they decided to rebuild the bridges and pave them so that people could drive over them. And so you'll see that here in a little bit as we start to hit some of the bridges. They have a lot of the old bridge segments that have been abandoned and are used pretty much as piers nowadays, fishing piers. Speed limit drops to 45 up here. Little speed trap action going on here. Puddle of mud, yes. She bleeping hates me. Yes, that's good stuff. Wild Bird Center, Florida Keys Wild Bird Center here on the right. How appropriate that we're in the Keys, and there's a Maserati behind us with the Trident logo, Poseidon's Trident. Tons of marinas down here. Again, boating is a huge deal. Fishing, etc. Tavernier. We're now in the key known as Tavernier. Tavernier. There's a church over there, a little church. Burton Drive and Harris Park. Okay. You see those clouds up there. Starting to build as the heat of the day increases, and those clouds, of course, reach the upper layers of the atmosphere, hit that really cold air. That's what creates rain, of course. The hot air coming from the surface getting sucked up into those clouds, that hot and cold air mixing and creating rain. Key Lime Pie Factory here on the right. Key Lime Pie, of course, very popular down here in the Florida Keys. And it looks like they're on Instagram and Facebook as well. Key Lime Pie Factory. Mission Wild Bird. Tavernier Ace Hardware. Again, the Ace Hardwares. A lot of those I thought had gone away. $3.03 a gallon at the Chevron there. Auto Body Shop over there on the left. Hood Avenue. Well, if it's anything like Mount Hood in Vegas. And Sal, another thing too is when you notice the locals, right? The guys that are driving around in the commercial vehicles, the ones that live here. When you notice them driving the speed limit, that's a good sign that things are very hot when it comes to police monitoring your speeds and all that. I always look for that too. If the locals are driving very slowly, yeah, that's not a good sign. apologies. I can't really see the chat. It's really, really bright.
Tony is going to bed.
Oh, Tony, good night, buddy. Thanks for joining, man. I really appreciate you joining. Really glad you made it. Isla Morada. Islamorada. Isla Morada. Tavernier Creek Marina. And we have a red light up here. Boat Mart. Very simple, plain name. Boat Mart. In this day and age of advertising and everything. This is known as Plantation Key right here. See the homes over here? They're all on stilts. That's because when if a storm comes through or whatever, hurricane, if it floods here, and again, this is very low-lying land, so when it floods, they get a storm surge here. Tobin is here. Welcome, Tobin. Thank you so much for being here. Please check out Tobin's channel. Tobin, aka Don't Stop Believin'. When it floods here, if you have the stilts like that, it doesn't flood your house. Your house is actually up on the second floor, so they build a lot of the homes like that. $2.99 a gallon at that 7-Eleven right there. Welcome to the Florida Keys, Tobin. I'm really impressed with the signal here. I was really worried about it. T-Mobile's been busy. And Sal was asking about cell service there in Vegas. We all get a lot very, very spotty signals in parts down there. There's another sheriff's department vehicle sitting there. Coral Shores High School over here off to the left. There's certain pockets. I know, especially when watching some of the other streamers. Plantation Key School, I'm guessing that's an elementary and middle in one. And there are pockets down there. I'm trying to think. There's one like right in front of Fremont Casino. That always seems to be like a dead spot down there. And there's another one. There's a small one right in front of Binion's for some reason. I don't know why. Please stick with us, guys. We're gonna keep going. Then the signal goes. Current time here, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. West Coast. Theater of the Sea is 5 miles ahead. So we've got some road construction right here. State troopers, 2 of them headed the other way there. State trooper vehicles here are black on the bottom and like a tan on the top. Key Honey Lane, it says there. The names are always fascinating to me. Like, how did they arrive at these names? Monroe County Government Center right here. Sheriff Rick Ramsey. Okay. Chevy's hauling a big boat. Key Heights Drive. Not a whole lot in the way of heights down here. Island Home Garden Center. I know, right, Sal? The state flower. The orange and white state flower. But it's every state's flower. Because every state, they just go nuts. They have to spend that money, right? Got to spend up that construction money, because if you don't, they won't be there for us next year.
Tobin, we're driving all the way to Key West today. We're going to try to see if we can get a signal the whole way through. It might be spotty.
Yeah, so please stick with us. There's a flamingo statue there on the side. Oh no, that's a mailbox, okay. And a sailfish mailbox. You guys are copying each other. Marker 88. Beach Sunset, Boat Docks Tiki Bar. Plantation Boulevard. Visitor Center 1 mile. Swim with dolphins and sea lions at Theater of the Sea.
There's a family of 4 iguanas we just passed.
Ah. Out for a stroll. And as always, please like and subscribe. We really appreciate you guys. Coconut Lane. Also check out Cinnamon and Jupiter here on YouTube, as well as Cali Plains and Cali Drives. Josh 702, Tony Teresi, and my buddy Tobin. At Tobin, Don't Stop Believing. Check this out. This is new. Look at these homes. All multicolored. That's interesting. Huh. Absolutely, Sal. No, yeah, I love helping you out, buddy. You're what?
Oh my god.
Sorry about that, guys. They're having a contest. I love helping you guys out, man. That's what it's all about. See the sign there for Islamorada Chamber of Commerce. And there's another Monroe County Sheriff's deputy hiding here on the shoulder on the right. Although I think that was a ghost car. There was no one in it. Look at that big shrimp. Treasure Village, Montessori, a free public charter school. Yes, exactly, Sal. Yeah, so when they get the storm surge in here and it starts flooding or whatever, yeah. The only thing that gets punished is your car, because that's parked underneath those stilts, in those stilts. The way station is open. Wow. Want to make sure you're under that 80,000 pound limit for semis. Yeah, this is in my opinion, this is one of the most beautiful drives in America, and I've done a few. Certainly haven't done them all, but Muir Woods out there just north of San Fran, beautiful. That is a beautiful drive, and I've actually driven 101 all the way back, or not 101, the 1 Pacific Coast Highway all the way back from San Fran to LA. It took me like 12 hours because it's not a highway and it took forever. But I wanted to say that I did it, so I did it. I have a drawbridge here. No sign for the creek or passage we're going over. Now entering Windley Key, W-I-N-D-L-E-Y. And again, you don't see a whole lot in the way of super tall condos. There are some multiple story buildings, but Windley Key Fossil Park. Yeah, I imagine just yesterday and this past weekend were packed down here for the Labor Day holiday. Labor Day and Memorial Day, and also the 4th of July, huge crowds down here. Everyone from Miami and Fort Lauderdale, they all drive down here, especially if they have boats. Come down here and launch at one of wherever they end up wanting to stay. Go out there and go fishing or whatever it is they want to do.
Tobin, I just remembered you're retiring this month.
Oh wow, that's awesome. That's right, September.
And your birthday is what, on the 13th?
Don't dox him.
He's given it in chat before.
Oh, okay, good.
I would never dox anyone.
No, I know you would. I know. So here is Theater of the Sea right here on the left. And again, you can swim with dolphins in there. And sea lions. Marine Mammal Park, Islamorada, Florida. Swim today. It is, Linda. Yeah, it's beautiful. I absolutely agree. DUI, decide before you drive. That's a good question, Sal, yeah. And it looks like we're almost at, like the roadway's almost at sea level right now because the water's like right there. Maybe high tide right now. The tide is high, but we're holding on. Upper Matacumbe Key. Seafood buffet, oceanfront dining. Seafood buffet, imagine how much that is. Wahoo's, it's called. Chesapeake Beach Resort. Yes, exactly, Sal. Right on. Right on. And there's a Publix. We must have passed the Publix back there. Publix is one of the local grocery stores here in Florida. It's up in Georgia and South Carolina as well. But it got its start here in South Florida. And I believe in Orlando as well. But history of diving museum up here on the right. Ziggy Mad Dogs. History of diving, okay. Sandal factory. It's funny, all these little businesses here. You have to do something to pay the bills, right? Cigars in the Keys. Yeah, I told Cinnamon I wanted to come down. I wanted to show her the Florida Keys because she really liked our trip to Florida last time, seeing Fort Lauderdale and Miami and everything. And again, I grew up down here, so this was all very familiar to me, but I really enjoy coming down here and showing it to her. I would love to get a place down here in the Keys. Exotic island decor, if I could afford it. But I'm not leaving Vegas. Cinnamon said to me earlier in the car, just this morning, she wants to get some money and get out of Vegas.
Well, I wouldn't. I would keep the house that we have.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
I would want to move somewhere else. I'm getting tired of the desert. But then everywhere else I go, there's always something that I don't like about that place, and then I end up wanting to go back home anyway.
Right. The one big difference is we passed the Islander Resort here on the left. The one big difference, the bugs.
Yeah.
That's the thing you don't, in Vegas, you don't think about very often because they're just not that present. Like the mosquitoes and everything else, gnats. And we have flies and roaches, and we do have ants, of course, but don't have the mosquitoes, thank goodness. Hurricane Monument. There's a church there. Where's the monument? Oh, I guess that's it right there. All right. $3.09 a gallon at that Circle K. Right here. Sushi Saki. Right there on the right. Cafe Pierre's, Murata Bay. Worldwide Sportsman here at Isla Murata. I guess that's like it looks like a Bass Pro Shops, but it's like a Key West version of it. They do, Sal. Yes, they have the flying roaches here. Oh, yes, those are terrifying, man. Those things, because they're just so unpredictable, and then they're fast. They are fast. That's right, you did, Tobin. Yeah. Yeah, this is all of Florida, for the most part, looks pretty much the same. Marathon's 28 miles, Key West 77. That means the 7-mile bridge is 20 miles ahead. 28 miles ahead. Key West, East Cape. No passing zone. Well, the whole thing's a no passing zone, so. Alligators on golf courses. Yes, Linda. My gosh, you know, that's actually a bigger problem than what the news media likes to talk about. You have to be very, very careful when walking your very small dog, or even a mid-sized dog, near the ponds and stuff around here. Because a lot of people, they like to take their dogs on a walk right next to the pond. Oh, and look, it's all lovely and stuff. And then all of a sudden, up out of the water comes a gator, snatches the dog and takes it underwater, and that's it. And that happens with alarming regularity, unfortunately. And it's certainly preventable. You know, just don't let your dog go very close to the water line. But yeah, those little beady eyes, those little beady gator eyes are, you never know when they're popping up out of the water and watching you and your dog. But then they get out on the golf courses too and, you know, wreak havoc for golfers. Golfers all jump in their little golf cart and take off. T-Table Relief is the name of this this little waterway we're going over here. And there we go, there's some water. Key West, while not the westernmost key, certainly has the name Key West, and there's the Dry Tortugas, which is 70 miles from Key West, which has a fort on it. Look at that. That's awesome.
I love it.
That is awesome. Blackie Sanchez, welcome. I haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for being here. Right on. Thank you so much. We're in the Florida Keys. Live streaming our drive from Fort Lauderdale down to Key West. Awesome. Let me know if I miss anything in chat. I don't want to.
Alligators have the right of way, according to them.
Really? Huh, I didn't know that. Well, you don't want to try running over one of them.
I guess they count as pedestrians.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know.
That
I'm just guessing.
Well, they would certainly do damage to your car.
Sure.
Yeah. Get an 800-pound gator, that would, yeah. It'd be like hitting a deer. Indian Key, Irving R. Easter Bridge. Welcome to the VegasDon channel. There's a little key out there. All these little islands, they all have names. You can see the markers out there, the buoys, to indicate the path for marine traffic. Yes, again, if you're new to the channel, we do all things Vegas as well as anywhere else we may roam. So please like and subscribe, hit that notification bell so you're aware of all of our live streams as well as our new videos. We are very grateful for each and every single one of you guys. Made some good friends and good people because of this channel. Thank you guys so very, very much for your support and your friendship. Sal, man. Sal, hanging out with Sal, that's a blast, man. Listen to that good rock and roll music. That's good stuff. They're in Vegas on Fremont Street. We'll be back in Vegas next week. But for this week, we're in Florida. Also, check me out on Instagram, VegasDon4747. I'm new to the Instagram world, so don't have a large following on there. Yeah, so I looked at the radar yesterday while we were still in Fort Lauderdale, and in the afternoon, right around this time, they started to get a lot of showers and thunderstorms down here. And the showers, they're very tropical showers, and they're very hard wind-driven showers. So I keep driving in this stuff. Cinnamon tells me to stop, but I just keep driving. I'm used to it. I grew up in it. That looks like a sheriff's deputy coming at us. And it is. Yes, that's what they do. But we don't want them doing that to us. My poor boys, our poor boys, they've been cooped up in the car during the live streams. They don't have a lot to do. There's not a lot to do, you know, for kids under the age of 5. And what are they going to do, really? Just run around and terrorize? There's a state trooper there. That signature black bottom with tan roof for the Florida Highway Patrol. Are they hungry?
They might be hungry. We may need to pull over for a second.
Okay. Look at this. That's incredible. I mean, that water line looks like it's coming right up to the road. Welcome to the Florida Keys. Let me find somewhere to pull over here real quick. So they gave us a hybrid. This thing's pretty good on gas. I want to say we're getting like 40 miles to the gallon. The problem with hybrids is finding someone to work on them. Because a lot of mechanics still don't have the education needed to work on hybrid engines. So unless you go to the dealer, no one wants to do that because that's super pricey. So $3.74 a gallon here at this mobile gas station, $5.14 for super. That is quite a disparity in price. Cafe Cubano, Cuban cuisine, and we'll pause here for 1 second. White Marlin Boulevard, Islamorada, Village of Islands, fire station number 19 right there. Here in Islamorada. Just gonna get back there and feed the boys. There we go. I actually like them. Sal, I like the electric car idea. It's just in practice that that's where they lose me, because I've seen too many of those videos with people, like there was that one that went viral on YouTube with the person that tried to drive, was it Chicago down to New Orleans or whatever, and they tried to do it in like January or February, so it was like freezing cold, and there were only a few charging stations along the way, and some of the charging stations were inoperative. And of course it takes, you know, an hour or two to sit there and let it charge up or whatever. We good? Okay. So because of that, you know, I want a car that I can, you know, drive around town, but I also want a car that I can jump in and, you know, drive down to LA or whatever. Or where, you know, wherever we want to go. Drive up to Reno. And yeah, the electric cars, the infrastructure I don't think is there yet. And especially driving in city traffic. That's the other thing too, because they don't tell you. I mean, they tell you that it's, you know, a range of what, 300-400 miles or whatever. But if you happen to be sitting on the interstate when there's an accident up ahead and it's 120 degrees out in Vegas and your AC is blasting, that battery drains a lot faster and you won't get that 300 or 400 miles. So those are considerations, you know. I like the idea. I just don't think it's there yet, unfortunately. They need to really help with the infrastructure. I mean, they need to make it like every corner, like a you know, regular gas stations are, so you can just pull in anywhere. And then they need to figure out a way to speed up that the charge time, because, you know, spending 2 hours at a filling station, yeeks, that would suck. Yes, Linda, very good point. Yeah. Yes, especially if your battery runs out. Yes, absolutely right. Yeah, there's a lot of consideration there. We have a buddy in Vegas who has an electric car and a regular car, and he swears by his electric car. He loves it. But I mean, he doesn't really. He works from home, so he doesn't have to worry about commuting and sitting in traffic and stuff like that.
Okay, we're good to go.
We're good? Okay, cool. Let's get back up there on US 1. White Marlin Boulevard, it says here. And there we go. Yeah, Sal, that's my big concern, definitely. I mean, and then imagine sitting there, your AC's on, and then, you know, the battery dies because you've been sitting in traffic for too long, and then your car is actually just stuck right there in the middle of the highway. Oof. Speed limit of 50 in here. Florida Sea Base, Boy Scouts of America, CSEA. Tollgate Boulevard, Calusa Cove Marina and Resort, Habanos Oceanfront Dining Restaurant, Boaters World. Okay. Exactly, Sal. Yep. Exactly. And I saw that a while back Tesla. It's funny you mentioned that, because Tesla said that they wanted to create an EV RV that was like $30,000. That would be fascinating, but again, sitting in traffic and all of that, and you're going to be using a lot more energy to push an RV than a car. So that would be really interesting to see. I don't know if they've ever made that into production or if that was just some sort of beta testing that they were doing. So here, you'll notice the beginning, right on the right side here, that's the original bridge, guys. So back when Henry Flagler built the railroad down here in the early 1900s, that was the original bridge. When the hurricane came through in 1935 and wiped a lot of these bridges out, the state decided to just pave over the railroad track. And so that was the original bridge. Over the years, the state has built new bridges that are up to standard interstate, or not interstate, but standard U.S. highway safety and specs and stuff. Because those had like no shoulder, and they're very, very narrow. The cars back then, of course, in the early 1900s and 1930s, weren't that wide. So I guess they figured they didn't need the room for them. But yeah, if you broke down on one of those bridges, that was it, and then traffic would not be able to get anywhere. But you'll see that a lot coming up here. Also, welcome to the channel if you're new. We do all things Vegas and anywhere else we go here on the VegasDon channel on YouTube. Also check out Cinnamon and Jupiter here on YouTube. She does awesome astrology and spirituality videos. And even if that's not your thing, if you could still like and subscribe, which will go over channel number 5. That's the name of this channel. Yep, so on the left, Atlantic Ocean. On the right, Gulf of Mexico.
Gulf of America.
Or whatever your Gulf preference. We don't seek to offend anyone. So yeah, please check out my wife's channel. Also, please check out Sal on Cali Drives and Cali Planes, CALIPLANES, and CALI, second word, Drives, DRIVES. Does some terrific plane spotting videos. Very, very cool stuff. And has a terrific community of folks. This is Long Key here. I mentioned this earlier in the video. Key Largo. Largo in Spanish means long, but then they actually have a long key in English. Florida Highway Patrol, star FHP. So we'll try and do some walking live streams while we're down here as well on Key West. The only question is the signal. I'm assuming the signal will be fine as I get past on a double yellow solid. Doing the speed limit, but hey, what are you gonna do? Also, please check out Tobin on his channel. Some terrific stories. He actually also went up to Olympia. Well, not up to. He lives nearby, and went to a festival they were having this past weekend. So check that video out. I haven't had the chance to check that out yet, but we will for sure. In Vegas, yes, exactly. Yeah, so the 7 Mile Bridge is coming up. That's just south of Marathon up here. And then we'll be on the 7 Mile Bridge. Named that, of course, because it's 7 miles long. It is just beautiful. I mean, you have water on both sides. You feel like you're on a boat. I'm on a boat. If you can't beat them, join them, right? This guy is doing a little bit above the speed limit, but I figure why not? I'll just follow you. He looks like he's probably a local. He's got stuff in the bed of the truck there. That storm cloud appears to be growing as we're driving. Long Key State Park. They have a post office here. City of Layton, Layton, dockside at Lime Tree Bay. There's another ghost car there for the sheriff's department. Lime Tree Bay Resort here on the right. That is definitely lime green. And then they have the water right there. You can just boop. Stay indoors if you want. You probably want to because of the AC. And then just walk right out on the dock and jump on your boat. Transfer station. Oh, that's where the trash is. One of them, at least. Long Key State Park, 1,000 feet. So yeah, please check out Tobin, aka Don't Stop Believing, as well as Josh702 and Tony Teresi, in addition to Cali Drives and Cali Planes. Awesome people, awesome channels, and very good vibes. Great communities.
Earlier, Josh mentioned how these drives were so relaxing, like especially the ones here in Florida, and I have to agree because the other day when we did, we were driving down Las Olas, I was falling asleep and it was raining, right?
Yeah.
the drives here as well. Maybe because it's so flat. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you don't have to listen to the engine moan when you're going up and down the mountains. It's just a very halcyon type of environment down here. It's just you come down here to get away. But on the holiday weekends especially, you see the water line right there on the right. On the holiday weekends especially, that's probably not a good time to try driving down here. It's not very restful or relaxing. It can be just as stressful as driving on the mainland. Because all those folks are down here now on those holiday weekends. 7 Mile Bridge, yes sir. Nice, Sal, right on. Thanks for being back, buddy. Shout out to my mods. Thank you guys for being here. I'm not used. I don't think YouTube is used to me live streaming at this time because I usually only do the 1 day a week. So I don't think that YouTube's pushing me out to very many viewers because of that, and that's fine. I'm grateful that you guys are here. Thank you so much, you guys. Again, it feels like a Saturday night on Fremont Street. Long Key Channel. The Atlantic on the left, and the Gulf of whatever you wish on the right. Mile marker 65. Yeah, 7 Mile Bridge gets all the publicity, but some of these other bridges are really cool too. Especially, you really feel like you're on a boat. Or Brother Tony, who just got back from a cruise. Out on a ship somewhere. Audio Media, welcome! Thanks for being here. Yes, more likes. Please like and subscribe, you guys. Thank you, Sal. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, I just think it would be so cool to own a little place down here. The only problem is your property insurance, which, if you can get it, because so many of the insurers have left the state of Florida, and it got so bad with so many of the insurers leaving the state of Florida that the state actually had to open up its own insurance company. And even that company is experiencing all sorts of financial issues. It's called Citizens Property or Citizens Casualty or something like that. And now the state wants to get out and close its own insurance company. So unless you're willing to take on that risk yourself and just hope that the storm doesn't blow your house away. But if you finance a house, you have to have insurance regardless. You're not going to find anyone that's going to hold a mortgage for you without home insurance on it. So, and most people do need to finance their homes. So we come up here to Conch Key. Key West is popular for so many reasons. One of them because it's known as the Conch Republic. This guy's... Oh, he's a diver. Okay. He's holding the diving flag. It is, yeah, Blackie. You have to take on that responsibility and that chance by yourself without the homeowner's insurance. Very scary. But, I mean, the news media, in my humble opinion, the news media plays a huge role with a lot of this too, because they hype things up. You know, as soon as a shower comes off the coast of Africa, boom, they're all over it. Oh, this could develop into something. And it's, you know, when it's just coming off the coast of Africa, it's like a good 10 plus days away from mainland US. You see some lightning there in the distance. It's a good ways away. So yeah, they get, 10 days to 2 weeks to try and hype these things up, depending upon how fast the storm travels, if it even becomes a storm. So yeah, I mean, the media down here, They play a huge role in scaring and shaping folks' perceptions. That's not to say that hurricanes aren't dangerous. They are, of course. For me, a lot of the time when they tell you, the storm is 1,000 miles away from land, like it's 1,000 miles away from Puerto Rico or something, where there's no land anywhere near it, and they tell you with what they present as absolute precision as we go over Tom's Harbor Cut right here, this passage or channel. They present to you, the wind speed and the barometric pressure inside the center, the eye of the storm and all that. As we come up to Duck Key now, it just how do they know that? And then when it gets closer to land, then they send the hurricane hunters, right, the plane out to actually drop the instruments down and actually get the accurate measurements for the storm. So a lot of times, I just think it's hype. When it's 1,000 miles from land, they're not sending the hurricane hunters 1,000 miles out there to check it, and plus it's going to change too. I mean, so much can change over 1,000 miles. When a storm is traveling 10 miles an hour, along its path, 1,000 miles is quite a few days away still, But yeah, especially the local media here in South Florida, they're notorious for hyping people up and getting it's really, really bad. There have been cases in the past where, there was a storm that was threatening or something, and they would have one of their news, whatever correspondents out on the beach, and they got caught, right? They got caught with a big fan that they had on the beach with them, literally blowing the wind that was coming into the guy's face, and he's acting like he's having a hard time standing and, all that. And there was a big fan blowing on him as we come into Marathon, the town of Marathon here. And then I think we've all seen, I think it was a few years ago, probably like 10 years ago now by now, there was one of the weather reporters, I think it was for the Weather Channel, that was there in like North Carolina or something, and they were, the whole thing with the wind, and they were having trouble standing. There's some iguanas on the side of the road there, and they were having trouble standing and all that. And you see two guys on the right side behind him, just walking by very casually, like, regular day. In the meantime, the reporter's sitting there like, "Arr." So yeah, that reporter got in trouble. Of course they scapegoated the reporter, but the reporter was doing what it was told. So yeah, they hype it up so much. Yes, Tobin, absolutely. Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt, they do that. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Sal. That's terrible. Yeah, I'll tell you, the home I posted it actually on Instagram. Our home insurance in Vegas, as we pass Dolphin Cove, Dolphin Research Center over here on the right, has a huge dolphin statue there, and the SS Wreck and Galley Grill. Our home insurance, $3,700 a year in Vegas. Why? Well, it's because of all the hurricanes that come into Vegas. It's insane. It's $300 a month. Like, why are we paying so much for homeowners insurance? That's insane. And they say, I mean, the media has spread this story out there saying that, we're all paying now for the losses the insurance companies have had over the years with the hurricanes and stuff like that. So they've spread that out not only among the people in that state or that region, but nationwide. So we're all subsidizing that cost now. And that's their excuse. But of course the CEOs walk away with a $10 billion or $10 million bonus every year, etc., for having raised revenues. And that's, Every industry does that, but especially, I mean, insurance, you have to have it. Most people have to have it. Our home is mortgaged, you know, we don't have the option to drop the insurance, so we have to have it, so. And in Vegas, you know, your only threats really are maybe a windstorm here and there, or a possible earthquake. But the earthquakes in Vegas haven't been, they're nothing like what they are in California. They're nothing on the order of magnitude of what goes on in California. And I couldn't imagine trying to insure a house in San Fran or LA along with San Andreas Fault. My goodness. Oh, yours 24. I'm jealous, brother. Wow. Yeah. Yes, exactly, Tobin. Yep. Yeah, that's what they're telling everyone, is we're all subsidizing the losses that the insurance companies faced because of the storms. So now they're doing the cloud seeding and stuff, and you got the tinfoil hat people that run around and say, well, you know, if they can do that, then, you know, why are there droughts? Why is Vegas experiencing a drought? Blah, blah, blah. But if they are in fact cloud seeding, I mean, it just raises a whole Pandora's box of questions that I don't have answers to, and stuff like that. I don't know. But then you notice too, and this is just my observation. You notice when some of these storms get close to land, all of a sudden they weaken. They just drop in intensity and strength. Why? As we pass Curry Hammock State Park. Well, maybe the media wasn't being honest all along. And that's why I mentioned the hurricane hunters. You know, when it gets close enough to land, then the hurricane hunters will go out. They'll get that actual real reading. And that's what they'll tell the news media, and the media will be like, oh, okay. And it's almost always lower than what they were saying. I think they do it like based upon historical data. They look at the map and they say, okay, yeah, that looks pretty intense. That's probably, you know, about 7,000 miles an hour inside the eye of that hurricane. Because, I mean, really, they're guessing. They have to be. But when it gets close to land and they get those more accurate readings. I have been here, you know, during many storms. I was here during Andrew. I actually slept through Andrew, but I lived in Broward. Andrew was a very small, compact hurricane. It hit South Miami-Dade and obliterated a lot of homes and businesses down there, destroyed a lot of lives. But it was a very small, compact storm. Some of the storms now are getting to be huge, you know, monster storms and stuff. But even still, the monster storms, what you have to look at, in my humble opinion, is how far out from the center do those hurricane force winds extend? How far out from the center do those tropical force winds extend? Because the storm can be massive, but if the hurricane and tropical force storm winds only extend 70 to 100 miles out from the center, then that's where you really need to pay attention, where that crosses land. But again, they lose intensity for some reason as they approach land. Why is that? I'll leave that for you guys to decide. It does, right, Sal? Yeah. Yeah, it's been growing as we've been driving up towards it. So now we're here in the actual town of Marathon. Yeah, Linda, I've read that too. I don't know. I don't know if there's... I don't know. That could be. Slower traffic, keep right. And they have, I mean, this is a full-on town in here. This is Marathon. Has a Publix, so, you know, you've got your groceries. I don't think they have a Walmart. City of Key Colony Beach Municipal Golf Course. The tornado chases, yes, I love that stuff too. Yeah, Sal, I love weather. I mean, especially growing up down here, man, you have to be into weather, because it's you know, every summer, June to the end of November, we have to watch for hurricanes and stuff, right? So it just, you get into it and you start learning a lot about meteorology. Some of the meteorologists here locally, absolute gems growing up. Nowadays, not so much. Nowadays, the meteorologists are all based upon looks. And you have to look for that AMS seal when they put their names up on the Chiron, on the newscast. A lot of times they don't have that AMS seal, so they're not even meteorologists. They're just, you know, a pretty face that they put up there. And all they're doing is just reading what someone else... They all read the National Weather Service reports. You can read that for yourself on NOAA, N-O-A-A, and stuff, but that's all. They take it from there and then read it to you on the news. But the actual meteorologists, those guys, we had some real gems down here. We had Brian Norcross down here. I think they made a movie about him or something. Brian Norcross back during, was it Andrew? And they were sitting in a bunker when Andrew went over, and the power went out and stuff, and they kept going, and he like lost his voice because he kept talking, and people were on the radio and stuff, and they were trying to, those that could call in, that had phone service, because cell service was still really in its infancy back then. Those that could call in and hadn't lost their landlines were calling in and saying, thank you so much for being here and being live and staying on the air for us, because we're all scared, we're all, you know, frightened, we're stuck in our homes, we have no power. Of course, the phones don't run on electricity, so if the electricity goes out, the phone should still work, and the landline would still work. So they would call in and be like, you know, just please keep talking, please keep talking. Over here on the right, Brother Sal, is Marathon International Airport. Actually, looks like they're doing a little construction over here. But they have a little terminal here for Marathon International Airport. There's the terminal. They have an Avis and a Budget and an Enterprise rent-a-car here. There's the terminal at Marathon International Airport. Yeah, it looks like they're adding some airport. Yeah. Yes, they got the degree online, right? Just like the chaplains and the pastors and stuff, right? Yeah, I know, right, Linda? Yeah, Brian Norcross is a real hero. He, you know, meant a lot to a lot of people, and of course, the TV station that he worked for loved it, naturally. They got great ratings after the storm passed and all that, because everyone wanted to watch Brian Norcross. But there were some other real gems back then, too. There was Bob Weaver the weatherman. He was really cool. He knew his stuff, man. He would get up there and he'd say, this thing is not much to worry about for us here in South Florida. And I'm sure the news director's probably like, stop saying that. We want them glued to the TV, guys. There's a pawn shop over there. Wow. Joe's Pawn, it said. Again, if you're new to the channel, welcome. We do all things Vegas and anywhere else we may be. Circle K over there, $3.09 a gallon. There's some e-bikes on the sidewalk over there on the left. Key by the Sea. It looks like a little trailer park. And if you own a trailer down here or anywhere in Florida, good night. It's over. Because a hurricane will wipe that thing out in a hurry. And that's the other thing too, Sal. You know, you mentioned the tornadoes. Hurricanes spawn tornadoes like crazy because you got wind going all sorts of different directions. And so they spawn tornadoes, and those tornadoes, they pick up a trailer like, you know, a kid's toy. Historical Site Museum, Nature Trails and Gift Shop here at Crane Point Hammock on the right at Sombrero Beach Boulevard, or Sombrero Beach Road. Right here. Mile marker 50, that means we are about 3 miles away from the 7 Mile Bridge, guys. Yeah, Sal, they're all over the place. All over Florida. It is a great price. Yeah, man, that's compared to certainly Vegas, and I know up there in Washington State. These gas prices here are a very something to be envied. Nice little tropical fish there on the right. Banana Bay Resort Marina Sunset Bar. Those are the best. Keys Fisheries Lobster Reuben. Lobster Reuben, huh? That sounds interesting. Barracuda Grill. Yeah, these the trailer parks. If these folks, and most of those folks, you know, they don't have homeowners insurance or anything. So when they you know. The other thing too is the evacuations, right? So let's say a storm is coming into the Keys here, the Florida Keys. They would evacuate the entirety of the Florida Keys and tell everyone they got to leave and get out on this one road. A lot of times they would just close off traffic coming south and just open up all lanes here. But you've seen some of this narrows down to 2 lanes, so that creates a huge traffic jam. See a Florida Highway Patrol station there on the right. So a lot of people stay behind. A lot of people are like, nope. Because, as many of us have learned, when you evacuate, Monroe County Sheriff's Office over there on the left, at least one of them. They have several of those down here. Marathon Government Center on the right here. Speed limit of 35. So when a lot of people evacuate, what they do, once you evacuate, you go to like a high school gymnasium or something like that, right? So you're essentially staying with a whole bunch of strangers on a cot. And a lot of people bring their dogs and stuff like that, which is great. But then when the storm passes and all that, what's the one thing that's on your mind? The storm's over, you're in this high school gym, what's the one thing on your mind? What's going on with my house? Is it still standing? You're not allowed to go back and look. The cops will barricade and block certain sections, certain areas. And so a lot of people started to pick up on that, so then they decided, I'm not even going to bother evacuating. There's that is not a ghost car right there. There's a deputy in that car. Yes, exactly, Tobin. Yeah, they do that a lot, like especially up in North and Central Florida, as well as North and South Carolina. I remember I-26 there in South Carolina. They opened up all the lanes to northbound only traffic there. Yeah. The standstill, exactly. Yeah, it's crazy. That's when you see those huge traffic jams on the news and stuff. That, you know, people are trying to escape to get out. No, they're evacuating because they were told to. But for me personally, and I know I'm not the popular opinion here, but if a storm's coming, I'm staying with my house. And Cinnamon and I have had this talk many times. She doesn't like my stance. I don't want to be prevented from being able to go back to my home, because you know who does go into your home if it is still standing while the cops barricade you and keep you from seeing it? The criminals. And that's when the looting starts. You see that all the time. After a storm passes, then the looting begins, because the power's out and everything, the alarms aren't going off, all that. And this is welcome to the 7 Mile Bridge, guys. As we have a storm that has been developing. You see the old bridge over there on the right. Again, that was built on top of the railroad tracks, the original railroad tracks here. They just built the roadway on top of the railroad tracks after the hurricane in 1935. Yeah, look at this. this. There's some really dark clouds out here on the Atlantic Ocean side. Storm on the left. Yes, sir. Definitely. Mile marker 46. And in the movie, for anyone who has seen it, the movie True Lies, there was a section, yeah, you can see the rain, the line of rain up here ahead on the left. They actually blew up a section of that bridge over there for the movie True Lies with Arnold Schwarzenegger and Jamie Lee Curtis. A lot of that movie was filmed here in South Florida, Miami especially. Try and get that grime off the windshield there. And so you see there are little houses and stuff on that one island right there. That's because they can drive out there on the old section of roadway, but it dead ends. I mean, you can't drive from one end to the other out there. It is absolutely, Brother Tobin. That is the one thing that really brought people into Florida. The railroad. Henry Flagler and all the money he spent building this railroad down here, and all the people that sacrificed it all down here helping to build that railroad. You know, that's a very good point, Tobin. Henry Flagler built the railroad all the way down the spine of Florida here on the East Coast. He was a billionaire at the time, and they told him he would make a lot more money. Of course, the Panama Canal was being created at around that time too, so he was being told, if you build a railroad all the way down to Key West, you'll be able to save some money and be able to use the railroad to bring goods up from Key West instead of having them sail into either Miami or Fort Lauderdale, or over to Tampa, because Tampa has a huge port as well. Some definite lightning over here off to our left. So we just went over the hump there. That's for the channel for any large boats that need to go underneath there. Gulf of Mexico, or Gulf of whatever, on the right side, where you see the old roadway. And again, those roads, that road over there they built very narrow right on top of the railroad. So when I think it was 1982 was when they finally opened up this stretch over here. And you see there's a little bit of a shoulder here. So if you break down, you're not impeding traffic that badly. But again, welcome. Gulf of Florida, there we go. Yes. Right on. But sometimes these little islands, you can actually, they come up for sale and you can buy them. The only issue is, how are you going to get your groceries there? Or run power, or, you know, or any of your other needs that we all have on a daily basis. Taken care of. Mile marker 42. So we've gone over 5 miles of water here so far. And you can see the guardrail on the old bridge over there. See how it's just, I mean, it's no one's working on it. It's not had any maintenance or anything. So it's pretty much just rusting and falling off into the sea. That's another thing they've done here, is convince people that it's great. It's a great idea. There is Fred. Oh, I'm so sorry. I almost missed it. There's Fred the tree. Fred the Tree. He is known down here. Just for some reason grew straight up through the bridge. They gave him the name Fred. Instacart, yeah, right. Sure. They convince people to take old ships and old vessels and blow them up, and they will create artificial reefs for the marine life underneath the water. I always thought, growing up, to me, that sounded a little bit like taking our trash and sinking it. Look at this, you have this little island out here. Looks like a little skiff, a little boat someone landed on. A tree growing on the bridge, yeah, it's wild. Fred the Tree. I remember when I was first dating Cinnamon, I looked, there was an island for sale down here, and they were selling it for, how much was it? Was it $3 million or something?
Yeah, it was relatively cheap.
$3 million. Compared to those homes we saw yesterday on Fort Lauderdale, on Las Olas, $3 million's a bargain. And I think someone bought it too. So mile marker 40, and this is the end of the 7 Mile Bridge, Veterans Memorial Park over here on the left. Still some pretty frequent lightning out here on the left. So the other day, anyone that missed it, when we went off to try and we wanted to do a walk on Hillsborough Beach Pier in Hillsborough Beach, or Deerfield Beach, Florida. There's another little bridge. And there was lightning in the area, so they told everyone to get off the pier. We showed up right as they were evacuating everyone off that pier. So that was a real bummer. They didn't used to do that. They kind of, back in the day, they told you to take your chances. There's lightning in the area. Now they're like all over it, I guess, so. I mean, we used to practice football, soccer, and stuff growing up. There'd be storms nearby, lightning, thunder, everything. We'd keep going. The only time we'd really stop is if it really started to pour. I mean, you know, real hard rainstorm. But we would just keep going when we were growing up. Keep going until coach tells us to stop. And again, welcome to the VegasDon channel. We do all things Vegas and everything else we may come across. Please check out Cinnamon and Jupiter, as well as Cali Plains and Cali Drives, as we go over the Ohio Bahia Honda channel. Cali Plains, Cali Drives, as well as Tobin, aka Don't Stop Believin', as we approach Bahia Honda Key, entering Bahia Honda State Park here. So it looks like the rain has moved off because there's rain on the roadway here. Yes, thank you, Brother Tobin. Speed limit of 55, but we're not in any danger of breaking that. Not with this big box truck up here. Now 38 miles outside of Key West, Florida. Local time 2 p.m. Eastern. On this Tuesday afternoon. Thank you guys so very much for being here with us. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. Shout out to our silent watchers if we have any out there. Yeah, Cinnamon and Jupiter, she does some awesome astrology and spirituality videos. And even if those aren't your thing, if you could still like and subscribe, it would really mean a ton to us. We try and help her get her channel off the ground. Shout out to all of you who have already done so. Thank you so very, very much. Divided highway up ahead. Yes, if you were gonna come to, in fact, I would give that advice to anyone that comes to Florida. because Central Florida is very bad with the toll roads, guys. I mean, South Florida is getting there with the toll roads. Central Florida, the only free highway up there right now is Interstate 4, and it is always backed up. Almost always. I would get the toll pass that they offer, if they offer it. I saw it on Avis, and I think I also looked at Enterprise. They weren't offering the toll. This is the Bahia Honda Bridge over here. This is the deepest water here in the Keys that they had to build the bridges over. You can see the railroad deck down underneath the road deck from back in the day, over there on the left. But yeah, a lot of the crew perished helping to build these bridges out here because the water was so deep down there. They a lot of times they didn't have OSHA back then, really. So yes, very beautiful Cloudsland, absolutely. So they didn't have a lot of the safety standards that they do nowadays. And you can really see how bad a shape the old bridge is right there. It's just falling into the ocean. And it's not connected. There's a sheriff's deputy in the median there. They are very active, unmarked, but yep, he's in there. See, that's kind of tricky there, right, guys? I mean, I don't know. If you're trying to pass people, and you're trying to get around people and stuff, you might go just over the speed limit on that bridge as you try and get off the bridge, and then boom, there's a cop there to pull you over for going a little bit over the speed limit, trying to pass people. I don't know. That's I don't know. I hope they don't pull people over for like 5 over. Now, people doing 20 over, okay, I get it. But, you know, the little stuff. Also, please feel free to follow me on Instagram, VegasDon4747. We do a lot of Vegas-related stuff on there that doesn't get put up here on YouTube. So definitely check that out. Speed trap, absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. And Tobin, you know, being from Atlanta, the South is notorious for that. So these right here, speed limit 45 during the day, nighttime is 35. Why? Because we are approaching key deer habitat for the next 17 miles. There is an endangered deer that live on this key. And so they slow you down. I've only seen the deer once. I think it was the last time I was down here. It just happened to be on the side of the road. Other than that, I was always like, no, this is a speed trap. This is a myth, right? This isn't real. You guys just want to trick people into speeding. But I did actually see one. They're really small. Oh dear, yes, exactly. No passing zone. Do not pass. Yeah, so it's a lot of fun at night out here, crawling along at 35 down US 1. And it is here on Big Pine Key where the key deer habitat is. Strictly enforced. You see the signs there for the deer. Very lush, very tropical. Path ends 500 feet, so no more sidewalk. Yeah, they've had some really, really bad accidents out here. Just impatient people crossing the double yellow and head-on collisions and things like that over the years. all over, all up and down the entire stretch where it hasn't been 4 lanes. So the deer are somewhere out there. Might be sleeping during the day. Yeah, you know, that was the very first time I'd ever seen anyone interfere with the performance of one of the bands there on Fremont Street. When that guy jumped up on the stage there with Bling. I mean, he jumped right over the security gate like he, you know, like he belonged there. And everyone's like looking at each other like, is he part of the what? And you could see the band. They're like looking at each other like, who's this? And then when he jumps up on the stage, that's when they're like, okay, and they started to grab their stuff and go back behind stage. That was crazy. And actually, with all the alcohol flowing down there, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often, but I'm glad it doesn't. Because you don't want to see any of those folks get harmed down there. You don't know what these people are thinking. So many people, when they start drinking, they become a totally different person, right? So you don't know what's going through a lot of these folks' heads. And you also don't know if they're holding or packing. That's the other thing. So you see another sheriff's deputy. Wow. No. Okay. Hopefully I didn't lose you guys. Apologies for that. You never know exactly, Sal. Exactly. Yep. Thought I was lost my phone there for a minute. The cord had somehow popped out. The charging cord. $3.35 a gallon there at that Valero. Big Pine Storage. No name key. I told you they have a name for every key here. No name key. Florida Keys National Wildlife Refuge Nature Center over there on the right. Box truck is going bye-bye. Coconuts Liquor Store. And that's the one thing that, you know, that the people do when there is a hurricane coming through. People have what they call a hurricane party. Because there's nothing else to do. Other than to sit and stare at the TV every, you know, minute-to-minute machination of the radar to see if there's the slightest hint that the storm may go off somewhere else or whatever. Big Pine Village over here on the right. Bait. All sorts of different stuff in there. Loma Lane. You said that in your videos too, Tobin. Yeah, that's amazing. I couldn't imagine that nowadays. That's wild. I know when I first started going down there, and I saw it on Fremont Street, and I saw, you know, they had the barriers up there, of course, and I thought, oh, they don't need those. These bands, they're local bands. No one knows these people, right? After seeing what happened the other night, I definitely get it. You probably get a lot of people trying to jump up and start trying to dance on the stage with the band and stuff. That would be a nightmare. Oh, it doesn't? Wow. And Sal, that's true. Spandex Nation there at Carnival Court, there's no barrier there either. That's a good point. Yeah, so people could get up on that stage there. North Pine Channel we're now going over. Water on both sides. Uncertain how long the clouds will stay here. He's got his canoe sticking out the back. I don't know how secure that was. guy's on a... Oh, he's just a regular biker over there. See that lightning in the distance there? So it's cool. We have a rainy day down here. A lot of meteorological events with the rain and the lightning and the thunder. South Pine Channel. Kiki's Sandbar over there on the right. Lunch and dinner, it says. You got these multicolored condos on the right. As we come up to Little Torch Key right here. We got Boca Chica in 22 miles and Key West 25 miles. Boca Chica. Think about that. In Spanish, the direct translation for that is what? Girl's mouth? But it sounds so much better in Spanish. And the same thing, oh my goodness, for Boca Raton, which is north of Fort Lauderdale. Boca Raton, literal translation for those that are unfamiliar, rat's mouth. And they said that originally it was because the city limits kind of looked like the mouth of a rat. I don't know. But yeah, it's Boca Raton, Florida. It is like one of many of God's waiting rooms that they call them here in Florida for the retired. Seinfeld, in fact, and so did Sopranos. Both shows mentioned Boca Raton. Throughout the series. Yeah, Tobin, that's wild. Wow. Torch Ramrod Channel here. And this is Ramrod Key. And again, so much of this undeveloped, as it should be. L-O-O-E Key. Lou Key, I guess. Shell over here is $3.59 a gallon. Lou Key, L-O-O-E. Boondocks. Grill and Draft House. That's new. Miniature golf. Haven't seen that before. Animal Hospital. You gotta have those too. Again, if you're new to the channel, welcome. We really appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here. Please like and subscribe. We do all things Vegas as well as anywhere else we go. Right now we're in the Florida Keys, the lower Florida Keys, as they're known. Mako Avenue. Summerland, not to be confused with Summerlin, Summerland Wine and Spirits. Advertising on a billboard there. They have the rumble strips over here on the right to wake you up in case you're dozing off behind the wheel. Yeah, it's really an adventure to come down here at night because there's no street lights or anything, so it's just you and the lights from whatever vehicles are around you as well as your own. It's pretty cool, actually. Try and get around this dump truck up here. See, there's still some heavy rain out there on the Atlantic side. There's some very low-hanging clouds right there. I hope that comes out in the video. That's cool. Yeah, right on, Sal. Yes. You can see these homes up here. I just want one just facing the water. That's all.
It's Epstein's Island.
Oh my God. Cinnamon just mentioned Epstein's Island. Oh no.
Remember that one video we saw where this guy like boated up there
Yeah.
with his friend and they snuck onto Epstein's
Right. That was on YouTube as well. Another sheriff's deputy there on the shoulder. Can't tell if there's anyone in that one. Crabs.com. Okay. $3.25 a gallon here at this Circle K on the left. $3.59, 2 doors down, 3 doors down at the Shell. And a lot of little trailers over here off to the side. I mean, that is really taking a risk living out here in a trailer. And hurricane force winds are 75 and above. I've been in through the storms down here, and I grew up in a house that was built back in like the 20s, 1920s. It's funny I have to say that now, 1920s, not 2020s. And it had Dade County pine, and it was a very solid build. But my folks were always worried about, you know, any storm coming through. But it always did well. And it's still standing today. We just went and drove by it yesterday. But a lot of the homes here, especially nowadays, because so many of the homes that the builders are making, they're just slapping them together. And we see that, right, Tobin? We see that all over Vegas. They're slapping these homes together. I mean, they're building homes in like 4 or 5 months. It takes longer than that to put together a quality home. But I know the home builders, of course, they put out all this huge money to buy the land. There's some stilt homes right there. And they outlay all that big cash for the land, and they want to hurry up and get that money back so they can go buy another thousands of houses. Yes. Exactly. Yeah, they just slap them together. And then they give you the 1-year home builder warranty. Good luck getting a hold of them. Yeah, so I've noticed some cracks in my walls, guys. Now, of course, every house settles as well. It settles into the ground. Cudjoe Key here. C-U-D-J-O-E. Oh, Tony, thanks, buddy. I'm sorry you can't sleep, though. But they're supposed to have these higher hurricane standards in place for homes down here, and I've mentioned this repeatedly, but if you haven't heard it before, again, the state has come in and said any condo down here that is over 3 stories has to undergo this intensive building inspection, and has to be brought up to hurricane standards. So a lot of people living in the condos are, of course, retired and living on a fixed budget. So those folks can't afford to just run off and you know, have that special assessment that the HOA is going to whack them with, because the HOA is going to want to get their money for whatever these things are going to cost, and they can't afford it. So a lot of people in Florida throughout the state are selling their condos for dirt cheap because they can't afford the special assessments that the state has imposed because of the Surfside condo collapse. Surfside, a suburb of Miami, right there north of Miami Beach. And that was a few years ago. They had the condo, half of it kind of just collapsed into the ground, which they blamed again on shoddy workmanship, whether that's true or not. Who knows? Very, very green. It's a wall of green. It's either blue or green. But both are colors we don't get a whole lot of in the desert. Well, maybe the blue skies, but not blue on the ground. Lake Mead's fun to look at, but can't really boat in Lake Mead. Besides, it's shrinking anyway. Speed limit of 45 here. More stilt homes. We just passed on the left. This is a little, what is this, a little bicycle wagon thing on the right there? Yep. Cudjoe Key transfer station. More trash. Isle Heights, welcome. Yes. Yes, we've been live this whole time. Thanks for joining. Right on. Yep, we left Fort Lauderdale at about 11:15 p.m. a.m. and it is now 2:25 Eastern. We made pretty good time coming. We just did highways all the way through Miami on the way down, so we are 21 miles outside of Key West. Monroe County Station substation right there on the left, Sheriff Station. And even up in here, if you just own a house like up in here, that you have a view of the water. Sal, welcome back, brother. Because it's not Florida if you don't have a view of the water, in my opinion. You could build a house and stare at another house all day long, anywhere in the country. But to have a house and have some water to look at, that would be nice. And to be 20 miles outside of Key West like this, so you can drive 20 miles and go down, party down there, get a room if you want. There's the another span of the old bridge over there on the left. See how narrow that thing was, or still is. Two cars trying to pass each other back in the 1930s on that. So we come up to Sugarloaf Key. Yes, thank you, Isles. Right on. Or Isle, singular, my bad. Mangrove Mamas, right there on the right it said. $4:30 a.m. Wow. Yikes. But I'm glad you had a good time on the cruise there, Tony. Looked like you had a blast. Sugar, yeah. Yes. Man, I'm so glad you got pictures with them, Sal. That was awesome. I've never seen them do that either, to go up into the rail like that, the security gate, and take photos with folks. That's new. That's a good thing they're doing. Welcome back, Sharks. Sugarloaf School, home of the Sharks. And we just passed over here. Nice, Tony. That's the way it should be. It should be fun. Yeah, absolutely. Go out there and have a blast. Art L, yes, I've seen that channel too. Yeah, I don't know who that is, but I've seen that channel too. Eva, the lead guitarist for Sugar. That'd be so cool if she was to join one of these live streams. Any of them was to join one of the live streams. And for any of our channels. I mean, not just this one. Park channel we're now crossing. It just seems to get darker and darker as we keep going here. But this is textbook Florida right here. Nice! Oh, signed. That's what she signed. That's awesome. It's good to see that they're so well loved. I mean, I've been standing there, and there have been women nearby that have tell their husbands and stuff. It's so cool to see, some girls up there rocking and this and that, and usually it's just a bunch of guys, and it's so cool to see women up there doing that. I hear that a lot actually down there. Yeah, they are certainly developing the chest area, yes sir. they are certainly developing a very loyal following there in Vegas. A lot of folks love them. And internationally, that's what I told Maya when I spoke to her. I said, you know, you guys are not just Vegas, you're international. You know, there's a gentleman named Tony that watches you guys on my streams from Australia. We got Tobin, of course. I'm sure you've heard of Tobin up in Washington State. There are people all over the world watching you guys. And she's just like, thank you so much. Look at the lower Sugarloaf Key now, as the rain really drives down. Yeah, this is a nice tropical shower here. We're down to 40 miles an hour. Some people here in Florida decide when it starts to do this stuff to turn their hazards on. That's against the law. I know it, you know, I know the reason they do it is because they want to be seen and they want others to see them and whatever. But yeah, it's against the law. Sugarloaf Lodge, Tiki Bar and Restaurant here on the right. Mile marker 17. Yeah, we're doing good. Nope, we're doing fine. That dump truck up there, that's a local. So he knows what he's doing. As long as I can see him, we're fine. Yes, definitely, it's Brother Tony. Thank you. Very typical for Florida, and then, you know, 15 minutes later, it's all bright and sunny again, so. I don't know if that's going to be the case here, but this happens in Orlando as well, right, where Disney World is. So a lot of times in the afternoon, you'll be walking around Disney World, and then all of a sudden, just boom, it'll open up like this. You just go eat somewhere, sit down, relax for like a half hour, it's all gone. Half hour later. Saddle Bunch Keys right here. Follow the local. Right on, brother. Yep. Queensland, I bet. Yeah. They just pop up out of nowhere. The heating of the day. Pass with care next 2,000 feet. I'm not passing, so. And again, please check out Cinnamon and Jupiter here on YouTube, as well as Tony Torrisi, Torrisi. He is down under in Australia. As well as Tobin, Don't Stop Believin', aka Don't Stop Believin', and Cali Planes, Cali Drives. C-A-L-I, second word plane, like the thing you fly all around the world on, and Cali Drives. D-R-I-V-E-S, like driving a car. 14 of you here. Thank you guys so very, very much. And thank you to my mods and everyone that stuck it out the whole time. Thank you guys so very, very much for being here. We are coming to you live from the Florida Keys, the lower Florida Keys. We are, last I saw, about 13 miles outside of Key West, Florida. This is lower Sugarloaf Channel right here. Now crossing. Nice, Sal. Wow. Of course it rains when we're not there. Always. That's why I don't play the slots. I have no luck. Rodney Dangerfield, he got no respect. I have no luck. Back up to about 42 miles an hour. The other thing too about following not only a local in a dump truck up ahead, but you get the aquaplaning phenomenon. But that truck up there has got some big tires on it. and so get to just follow in his tracks. That way there won't be, it will significantly reduce the possibility of aquaplaning. Yeah, you'll be driving like along I-95 or even the Turnpike up there in between South and Central Florida, and these things will just pop up as you're driving. Some people will pull over. Saddle bunch number 2 we're now crossing. Other people, like me, we just keep trucking. It's interesting, our sons have not really seen a hard driving rain until they've gotten down here to Florida. Oh, wow, Sal, yeah. Nice, Isle Hikes, very cool. Yeah, Sal, Tobin has the best advice right there, yep. I see that so often with so many Vegas streamers. They sit down and they, you know, especially if it happens fast, you know, and they get a little win or something like that. Then they're like, all right, this is a hot machine. 20 minutes later, yeah. Sign said do not pass. Again, we're in no danger of doing that. But the sky is starting to lighten up a little bit here in front of us. Always a good sign. Saddle bunch number 4. We're now crossing. Steve Gonzalez, welcome, brother. How are you? Thank you, I will, yeah. Yeah, definitely check out Cali Plains and Cali Drive. Sal's live streams are awesome, especially the plane spotting ones, because the community in there is just so vibrant and friendly. It's a lot of fun. And Sal gives you a lot of background on a lot of the planes and a lot of the stuff that he sees out there at the airports at LAX and San Fran, in addition to the others that he covers, San Jose and Vegas. Sal has actually what I want to achieve for this channel. Very vibrant, very positive community of folks that wouldn't have ordinarily gotten to meet one another, you know? I think that's really cool. I know I would never have known anything about Tony Teresi if not for this channel. Or any of you, really, for that matter. So, thank you all so much. It's very enriching. Cybertruck going the other way. Big toaster. This one is Shark Channel. Well, you don't want to go in the water here. Nice, Steve. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Oh, cool, Sal. Yeah, they play on Sundays. Yeah, they do the Latin bands on Sundays. So yeah, you could do Sugar on Saturday and then the Latin bands on Sundays. They have a lot of fun on the. I mean, I've watched. I don't know the music all that much. I mean, I've learned cumbia. I learned about cumbia from my beautiful wife, Cinnamon, who knows far more about music than I do. And you know, the different styles of Hispanic music, cumbia, certainly salsa, merengue, and the other one, what is it? It starts with a B?
Bachata.
Bachata. But most of the music that you hear on Fremont is cumbia, C-U-M-B-I-A, which, as I've learned, originated in Colombia. And it just has moved its way across Latin America. But the dancing, the original dancing that goes along with it, it's very formal, and there's a lot of vibrant colors. The women wear these big dresses and stuff. There's a lot that goes into the original cumbia. But there on Fremont, that's typically the beat that you hear. What is that? Oh, that. Oh, I remember. Oh, the instrument that they use that go. What's that thing called?
I'm trying to remember.
Yeah, I swore I was going to remember it, and then I forgot it. I do that a lot. He is, Tony, yeah. Actually, he's not sleeping. He's just hanging out back there, but I think he's practicing. He is practicing.
Oh, Guiro.
That's right, yes. G-U-I-R-O. G-U-I-R-O, that's what it's called, that instrument. And you hear that played during the beat of the song, and that's how you can tell and distinguish that as cumbia type of music. So I've listened to a lot of those bands, including the one you mentioned, that I'm not going to say on here because of the first three letters, but because I don't want to, you know, community standards and all that. Rockland Channel right here, we're going over as the skies start to part. Yeah, they get out in the crowd, and they do like a conga line and stuff with the crowd, and that's really fun to see. And I'm glad every time I watch, I kind of cringe because I'm like, oh no, some idiot's going to do something stupid. But they don't. I mean, everyone just, you know, joins along and has a good time. And I'm like, wow, that's awesome. The members of the band getting out there and just into the crowd and dancing with everyone. That's awesome. So we have the Naval Air Station coming up here, Naval Air Station Key West. And there's a cop. I don't know what the speed limit is in here, but he is positioned in the median. Right there. Go ahead and get over. So I lost my dump truck, but that's okay. 55. Okay, good. We're safe. Skydive, Key West. I'm not much into skydiving. H1 Hummer right there for sale, guys. There you go, 5 miles to the gallon. The old H1 Hummer. Oh, nice, Sal, right on. That's awesome. Boca Chica Key, right here. I love that. I love seeing people, especially that, you know, you wouldn't have ordinarily met in real life, you know, from different parts of the world and all that. That's awesome. That is really cool. And Sal meets a lot of people on his channel. I mean, there's people that tune in from all over the planet watching him. A lot of people love planes, myself included. Love watching the old 747 Lufty fly in. Old Lufthansa. So you can see the orange markers on the tops of the power lines there. That's for the Naval Air Station here. for the planes to indicate where the power lines are. 747, yes sir. That's why I remember when I saw that Atlas Air 747 there during one of the Vegas Strip live drives. I was all excited. I'm like, I want to show this to everyone. It was the Jacksonville Jaguars, their charter flight. I'm like, but Vegas doesn't get 747s anymore. This is so cool. It was parked, but still got to see one there. That was really, really cool. Yeah, 747. And also Sal, before you joined, when we were driving through Miami, Cinnamon got to see in IRL with her own eyes an A380 parked there at Miami International.
An Emirates A380.
Emirates A380. That's awesome. She is, Tony, and you know, she's a great mod. She's a terrific mod. All my mods are terrific. I mean, I like to think I pick, you know, some really, really cool people, but all the mods are terrific. Absolutely phenomenal. And thank God for Linda during that Bling live stream again. Blessing. Because that's some wild people out there on the chat. Yeah, a lot of the Vegas live streamers, they're really, really, really cool people. Down to earth. I love introducing them to Sal, because again, that's that whole, you know, these are people that wouldn't have ordinarily met one another, you know, that kind of thing. I'm sure I'd probably bother Sal with it. I'm like, Sal, I want to introduce you to someone. He's probably like, I'm busy streaming. But I always like to connect people. That's kind of a thing of mine. College of the Florida Keys over here off to the right. Key West Golf Club, open to the public. Mile marker 5. So we're now 1 mile away from the beginning of Key West. You met JoJo? Nice! That's awesome. Sal met JoJo. We love JoJo, man. We love JoJo. Sal, yes, that's what I meant to say. We love JoJo. JoJo is awesome. And he's a lot of fun to watch. He gets up there and sings karaoke and stuff. That's really cool stuff. I'm glad you got to meet him, man. That's awesome. Oh, wait, no, I introduced you, though, didn't I? Now I remember. Wait a minute.
Yeah, like last weekend, right?
Yeah, my mind is gone. My bad. Yes, that's right. I was like, oh, JoJo, come here. Because usually JoJo's not out there. JoJo doesn't start until about 11:30, midnight. But he was out there a little early that night. And I'm like, oh, man, you got to meet Sal. That's right. Now I remember. Nice. Good, Tobin. Very cool. Yeah, Big T gets him in there, too. Yeah, some of the people, they, you know, politics and religion, those are the two things we especially stay away from. We don't, you know, there's plenty of channels for that stuff. We don't touch that stuff. And then, you know, when they start talking about other controversial stuff, you know, like certain, not to bring it up, but certain people in Vegas that are now behind bars, and that's all I'm going to say about that. We don't talk about that either. Cow Key channel here. So here we are. Welcome to Key West, guys.
Woo.
If we go to the left, it is A1A. On the right, it remains US 1, Historic Seaport District. Yeah, he always starts late, yeah. Some nights, I mean, there was one night he started at like 10:15 or something. We were like, wow, this is really early for you. But yeah, he's usually about 11:30 midnight, yeah. And usually he's the only one out. You know, because he a lot of times he'll go out there almost 7 days a week. So some of those nights, you know, he's the only one out there on Fremont. So he has to deal with, you can imagine the kind of people that he gets in his chat. But he's got some good mods on there, so they take care of it and handle it for him. So we're gonna go to the end of the road here at mile marker 0 up here, which has been stolen many, many times, by the way. $3.34 a gallon here in Key West at that Circle K. And they have their own Chevy GMC Cadillac dealer here. It's funny, they have all the GMC trucks right up front there and the SUVs. You don't need an SUV here in the Keys, guys. Most of the time they run around here on mopeds, but nowadays I'm sure they all use e-bikes. I haven't been down here since the e-bike era has launched. And you have a lot of little hotels and stuff. This is kind of like the business side of the island over here. A Wendy's and a Publix, banks. This huge shopping center over here on the left. Well, huge for Key West standards. Publix and TJ Maxx in there, because people need clothes too. And a Sears. What? That's got to be closed. Yeah, it's closed. I'm like, no, they don't have a Sears. 3,000. Nice. Nice. Yeah, Steven is growing like crazy. I saw him a couple weeks ago and down on Fremont, and I'm like, dude, you are amazing. I'm like, when I saw you Stoned Crab Ibis Bay right here at Beachfront Resort, the Ibis, of course, the mascot of the University of Miami Hurricanes, when I saw him, I was like, you know, the last time I saw you was Halloween, and back then you had around 75,000 subs, and that was Halloween, so not even a full year yet, right? And now he's up at like, what, 116,000 subs? I'm like, he has, that's what, 40,000 subs in less than a year. That's incredible. I mean, that is one tremendous growth curve. And he told me, he's like, it's all luck. It's all luck. I'm like, no, man, you've got to be doing something right. For that many people to subscribe to you, you know, you're doing something right, buddy. And sometimes he gets a little too political, I know. He also sometimes likes to touch on the fringes of religion a little bit, but other than that, and that's where he gets, you know, some really interesting comments in his chat. If he does that, he's gotten away from that a lot lately, though. Yeah, he was, there was one night I remember Steven was doing a chat, and he was really big into religion in that chat. And then he said he lost like 2,000 or 3,000 subs or something because of that chat. I'm like, wow. And then, so yeah, that he was back down to like 74,000 or something like that. And yeah, he has just grown like crazy. He's never down there very late, but if he is, I'm going to do my best to try and introduce him to Sal, if Sal's down there. Steven is he's a very, very knowledgeable guy. He's very well read, and he knows his stuff, and he knows Vegas. Yes, exactly, Tobin. Yep, absolutely. That has really driven a lot of traffic. I've tried to avoid, you know, the clickbaity titles and stuff like that. Actually, some houseboats out here over to the right, guys. Those blue and yellow houseboats out there. Yeah, I've tried to and to me, those are kind of clickbaity a little bit, but that's okay. I mean, it seems to be working for him, so. But, I don't know. Once in a while, yeah, He's very smart dude. Oh, Miami Subs. They still have a Miami Subs. I thought they closed them all. Back in like the early 90s, they launched the Miami Subs brand, and it was a sub shop, sandwiches, grinders, hoagies. I'm trying to remember the other name they call them here in the U.S. They've got several names for him. There he is on his scooter, running around shirtless. That's the way to get around down here, because parking is a nightmare. But yeah, Steven is he's tapped into something there for sure. You're absolutely right, Tobin. Oh wow, Tony, I didn't realize that. Wow. I know he'll see some of them, and he'll you know start to engage with them, and I'm like, that's the last thing you want to do, dude. I wouldn't, no way. But that's me. You know, I figure, you know, it's your channel, you can run it however you want, buddy. But I wouldn't do it. There's Miami Subs right there, which was very, very popular. In fact, at one time, they merged with the Kenny Rogers Roasters chicken place, if you remember that, when it was open down here. Well, I think Kenny Rogers Roasters was nationwide, though. But Miami Subs was down here. Eisenhower Drive, or drive off to the right there. Max Place, Tequila Sports, and Tiki Bar. And here we go, Eisenhower off to the right, Jose Marti Drive off to the left. Blue Star Memorial Highway. Speed limit of 25 in here. Exactly, Sal, yep. That's the one thing they want, is attention. I mean, when they get it, well, yeah, they, I'm just like, thank you for being here, and that's it. I don't, so many of them. Chevron right here in town, $3.69 a gallon. That's true, Tobin. That is a very good point. Absolutely. Mile marker 1 right here at Havana Lane. We are 90 miles from Cuba down here. You know, Sal, Brother Sal, I totally agree with you. I'll say that too. I don't like those either. I mean, it's... We see otherwise, you know, and so does Tobin. I mean, that's why Tobin pointed out that, you know, go down to Fremont at 10 p.m. It's not like that down there. Now, granted, Venetian and some of those places that he's going to, that he starts out the videos at, you know, those are high-end places, so it's not surprising that they're not going to be as busy as some of the other places. But yeah, go to Fremont. It's there's a lot of people down there. Yeah, I try to stay away from the clickbaity titles. La Pensione Inn over here. So you have a lot of little inns. It's this church over here, Basilica of St. Mary, Star of the Sea. That's a mouthful. Mermaid Guest House here on the right. It didn't, right? Yeah, I agree, Tony. Did not look that way at all. Got some flooding up here. Police pulled someone over. There's a G-Class. Oof. Move slowly through this. This is Simonton Street here. Try not to flood these people walking on the sidewalk. This used to be right here on the right. This used to be Moped Hospital. Now I guess it's called Minty's Golf Cart Scooter Bicycle Rentals. I rented scooters from this place many times when it was Moped Hospital. And they had a website, Moped Hospital. We're in Key West, Florida, Steve. And they had a website, Moped Hospital, and .com, and you would go there, and it would be playing this like tropical type music. I remember being at work and I'd be like, I want to listen to some nice music. I'll go to mopedhospital.com. But I guess it's not that name, not that brand anymore. They must have sold it or something. Scooters are a big deal down here, again, because parking is such a nightmare. This is the world famous Duval Street. We're gonna pass it for just a moment though, because I want to show you guys a little something up here. And then you do have a lot of bicycles here as well, so there's a lot of monitoring and making sure that we don't do anything to them. Come up here to Whitehead Street. See, this is all the Key West style homes I'm always telling Cinnamon about. Did I pass it? No. Did I? Yeah, Sal, I love it here. This is really, really cool. The Key West Lighthouse over here on the right. Just a very old town. And again, created pretty much because of Henry Flagler and bringing the railroad down here. He wanted to be able to bring, right now the temperature 80 degrees Fahrenheit out there, according to the car. So yeah, it's a rain-cooled 80. Yeah, very Key West. These old houses here.
These churches are beautiful.
Yeah.
They all have stained glass.
Yeah. I don't know if you guys could hear her. She said the churches all have stained glass. It's really, really cool. I'm going to make a left here at Emma Street, Housing Authority of the City of Key West. The main streets of Key West. I'm going to head this way for a second. I wanted to find the mile marker 0 sign. Over the years, they've had so many people steal it that they've like had to try and really bolt it down. But I didn't see it.
Look, there's a Key West chicken.
Oh,
right?
Oh yes. They love their chickens down here, guys.
They're all over the place here.
All over the place. There they are. Very expensive, Steve. Yes. Very, very expensive. Yeah, me too. The stained glass is awesome. Yeah, this town is incredible. The mean streets of East Key. I love you, Sal. That's awesome. Right on. East Key West.
Is this the worst hood in Key West?
Cinnamon always laughs at me. She's like, you sure that's not clickbaity? I'm like, but there are some mean streets. But yeah.
Is Summerlin safe?
Yes, that's what I should do. Is Summerlin safe for you and your children? And I always read it to Cinnamon like that too when I create those titles. Very Key West. All these little homes. Private property. This one here. I mean, his front door is like right there. Wow. The Sunset, yes sir. Mallory Square. They have what they call a sunset celebration every night at sunset. And they do, it's kind of like Fremont in a way. You get like street performers and stuff down there. This is Duval Street here, so we're gonna make a left and head towards the active zone. I want to show you guys. It looks like the postal carrier looked like at Ernest Hemingway. US 1 Truman Avenue. So I didn't see the US 1, the mile marker 0 sign. I'm guessing it's been stolen again. And it's been a huge thing again through the years. They have been stealing it left and right. Sushi Song Key West over there. Absolutely, bro. Thank you for being here, Sal. Love you guys being here on this Tuesday afternoon. 9 Line Apparel and Black. I can't say that second word. Starts with an R, ends with an E.
Oh, I'm familiar with that coffee company.
Oh, you are? Coffee company?
They sell online.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to be real careful with the words I use on my chats, always, of course. Martin's Steak and Lobster here. Okay. Rent Me. A 6-seater golf cart going the other way there. Look at that. 3-story. That's a hotel of some sort. Yeah. Hotel, motel, Holiday Inn. Right there. I have shown, so they have they have Key West live streams down here, but they're just static. Well, they're not static. I mean, they're live, but there's no one talking. It's just a camera pointing at them. And down here on Duval Street. And I've shown this to Cinnamon thousands of times. I'm like, we have to go. I've got to take you down here. I've got to take you down here. So that's where I'm taking you guys right now to show you Duval Street. Fusion Gallery open. Okay. This is Angela Street. Best Mojito. Okay. Stellar Floor Coverings. Birkenstock. Guildhall Gallery. Fine Art Gallery. Tucker's Provisions. Old Town Mexican Cafe. And Key Lime Square right here. Cuban Coffee Queen. Or so it says.
Get my cafecito fix.
Yes. Just these little businesses here. Havana Cigar. Iris Gallery. Whoops. Fort Zachary Taylor is also here. You have 2 forts here, actually. Fort Zachary Taylor and Fort... Oh, what's it called? It's on the quiet side. They call it the quiet side of the island. I think it starts with an M. Bar Crawlers. Yes, that's cool. Oh my, they're really playing music there. Got to drive by that pretty quickly. Don't want that caught. Vapor World, Kids Outlet, Beachwear Outlet, Crazy Shirts right here. CVS open 24 hours. Well, that's unusual for Florida. I mean, certainly not Vegas, but Banana Republic over there. And this again being a Tuesday, now that the holiday weekend is over, still have quite a few tourists here. King's Liquidators. Miami Green, no medical card needed. Okay. And there's another church. Look at that. That's big. Berkshire Hathaway. Henna tattoos, those are those temporary things. When you don't know for sure if that's what you really want. Hard Rock Cafe right there on the right. Pales in comparison to the one in Vegas, of course. Fat Tuesday for your frozen confections. Frozen confection drink fix. And I'm going to turn the air up here because someone is playing some music. Over here off to the right, The Bull Bar over here, a liquor store as well. And then you've got on the left, original Panama straw hat. Cigars. I mean, that looks like an old trading post. Something you might see on the dock. Tony's reading your magazine.
Oh, thank you, Tony. I hope you enjoy.
All these little businesses and bars in here. Sugar Shack right there on the right with Spider-Man hanging out front. Shorty's. And then right here on the right, the world famous Sloppy Joe's Bar. This place has its own webcam. At least it used to. There's one right there. That's the one that points out at Rick's Bar. So Rick's Bar is also right over here. In fact, I got no one behind me. There's Rick's Bar right there. That has been featured in the TV show. The TV show South Beach Tow. Not that I ever watched that or anything. But the guys that were in that show, they came down here to repo a car, and they couldn't find the car, so they decided to go to the bar, and they went to that bar in that TV show. Gloria Stefan was behind that. She was one of the producers or whatever of that show when it was on TV back whenever that was. And then you got Hog's Breath Saloon down here, another very big time popular drinking venue. Ocean Blue Galleries. Nice, Linda. Yeah, well, we got to try those out too. Havana, Cuba, 90 miles. World famous Conch Tour Train Depot. So, interesting story. Back in the 80s, I was pretty fairly young when this happened, but I remember the Florida Keys felt like they were kind of like getting the short end of the stick when it came to like money and stuff. Both from the state and the federal government. So there was a mayor or something down here. He immediately declared that they were going to secede from the United States and become the Conch Republic, like the conch shell, right? And then as soon as he made that announcement, he immediately surrendered. His whole point was to draw publicity to their plight and wanting more money and stuff like that. But yeah, so that's an interesting footnote. I think that was 82 or something like that. Black glass bottom boat up there, and that's the end of the road right there. Pier House Resort and Spa off to our right. We'll go down, I don't know which street this is. We got some, I would call it cobblestone, but I think it's just brick right here. You remember that? Nice. Yeah, he declared war. Well, declared war by seceding. There's a rooster. Don't worry, buddy. We're not here to snuff the rooster. There he is. In all of his splendor. Do not enter. Okay. So we'll go left here. Exchange Street.
Bless you.
Turtle World. Save the turtles. Haagen-Dazs. Yeah, so the Conch Republic, the whole conch shell thing is a big deal down here. And you'll see that reflected in the names of a lot of things here. Hog's Breath Saloon, right back in there. Again, a very popular spot. And the thing is, it's nothing much. Like it's a dive bar. It's a total dive, but the conch train right here. And this building on the right, old building, it says U.S. Coast Guard on it. Bar 1, located upstairs, okay. And then they have a little aquarium here. It's not very much, but they do have a little aquarium right down there. Sugar Factory here on the left. Galleon Square. Subs. And then on the left here we have the Audubon House. We'll wait for him to cross. Galleon Square. Mel Fisher Maritime Museum right there. And this is the Audubon House right here. Really cool stuff. Audubon House Gallery here on the left. Very tight, very narrow streets. And again, you know, if a storm ever comes through, a direct hit here on Key West, a lot of this would be in trouble for sure. Now it is called the Banyan Resort. Oh, there we go. Banyan Resort. Right there, I got someone right behind me here. The Banyan, a luxury timeshare resort right there. You know what? I might try. We have our sons with us, Steve, so I'll see what I can do. He asked if we could do some live stream of the bands down here.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
We thought about actually doing the a live stream of. There it is. Okay, I must have driven right past it. There is mile marker 0, guys. Right there. It is a very popular sign, like I said. And over here on the left, you see end of 1 mile 0. Right there. 0 mile art, it says there. So that's mile marker 0 here in Key West. And again, US 1 begins right here, travels all the way up to Maine. And through many, many cities and towns along the way. Another rooster on the right there, 2 of them. I thought he was going to come flying out into the street. This is Southard Street here. Green Parrot Bar over here on the left. You can pull up a chair right outside and sit there. Cocoa Plum Inn on the left. But there's one other place I want to show you guys here. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this real quick. Do not park. Okay. No problem. Let me do this. Stick with me for 1 second. It's here. And do that. Right there. And we are going to continue north US 1. Okay. Yeah, this is a very unique architecture down here. Bahama Village Market over here on the left. And dude's got a big Chevy Avalanche down here. You certainly don't need 4-wheel drive. And then right in front of us, guys, this is exactly what I wanted to show you. Ernest Hemingway Home. For anyone who loves Ernest Hemingway, that is his home, former home, right there. It is now open for tours, etc. But that is the Ernest Hemingway home back there. Very, very cool.
They have a bunch of 6-toed cats living there because he had like some 6-toed cats, and they're all descendants from his cats.
So Cinnamon said that they have a bunch of 6-toed cats there because they are all descendants from Hemingway's 6-toed cat. Yeah, Hemingway house. So he would hang out here and write some stories, right? Old Man in the Sea, maybe. US 1 Truman Avenue. I'm going to head over here to the other side of the island. So the island is actually like 4 miles by 2 miles long and wide. Duval Loop, fun and frequent, it says there. Come up here to Virginia Street. Virginia Street runs through downtown Reno as well. Try not to splash these people. Alright. Just the architecture. Beautiful. Very cool stuff. Naval Air Station Truman Annex. So that is federal government property back there.
Pow. 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 Up. Up. Oh.
And then directly in front of us is has to be world famous buoy that shows you are 90 miles from Key West.
Even though it's not the official
Yes.
marker.
It says it is the southernmost point in the continental United States. 90 miles from Key West, even though that's not true, because the actual southernmost point is over here on the Navy base. But no one's allowed in there, so they put it here, and people will come here and take all sorts of photos and etc. This area was flooded really, really badly during one of the recent storms we were watching. There was a live stream on YouTube, I think, pointed right at that buoy, the southernmost point buoy. And,
Boy.
yeah, buoy. And,
Boy.
it flooded like crazy in there. The waves came crashing over that seawall there. Yeah, Sal, it's one of my life's goals is to hit all 4 of the most points, since we know where the southernmost is, hit the northernmost, westernmost, and easternmost in the continental United States. I'd like to try and pull that one off. I think that would be pretty cool. North would be that little northernmost point, of course, in the U.S., continental U.S., is that little jagged point that sticks up at the top of Minnesota. Southernmost, it says there. The Lobster Shack. Beautiful homes. Southernmost trolley stop. The Conch Cuban Republic and southernmost deli and groceries. Back here to Simonton. Nice. Nice Isle Hikes. Yeah, it's amazing. Santa Maria Resort there. We're gonna go over here. I have explored almost every road in this town on a moped. So, but I like to come up here and show you guys the ocean out here. So that's the asterisk there, Steve, is going to be continental. But Western would have to be Alaska. Yeah, I agree. Western and Northern would both have to be Alaska. And Eastern, I forget. Is it Maine? Somewhere in Maine, I think. And so they've built up all of these big resorts and stuff right here on the water. But you see the color there. It's like a seafoam type of blue, sort of blue and green type of thing that they do here. Cape of Lava. Ah, very good. Thank you, Sal. Right on. Oh, Tobin. Ding, ding, ding. I just got an idea. And I know you know what my idea is. Speed limit 20 miles an hour in here. But again, a lot of the tropical foliage. Very rarely, when they do get cold fronts that come through Florida, and I say cold front, I mean it gets down to maybe 60 at night. Those fronts very rarely make it down this far. If they do, it's so funny, they all bundle up. Everyone bundles up. Nice, Tobin. You know what? Absolutely. They probably have a marker or something there indicating that, I would bet. Look at that. That looks like a coral home. It's all made out of like stone, like it looks like coral. Wow. And there's a modern looking house. 3-car garage. I like that idea, Tobin. Casa Marina, Key West here. This is a big resort. Here on the right. I remember they built this with a lot of controversy back in the I think it was the late 90s. Because they were saying that, they were commercializing the island pretty much. And people were, up in the air and wringing hands over that. So this is what's called the quiet side of the island. This is the Clarence Higgs Memorial Beach. Over here. We have a little snack bar kind of thing right here on the beach. Volleyball nets out there. And the rain has probably chased everyone away that was out here earlier. Oh, there's another one. Another rooster out there. Just taking a stroll. It's a remnant of, what is that, Key West Garden Club, but it looks like it's an old piece of an old fort right there. And then this was always very curious to me. It is now being called the Key West AIDS Memorial, but nice, Linda, that's awesome. That's cool. This is like a road to nowhere. It's actually a road out there. I don't know what they were doing when they built this, but it's a pier. It's like a fishing pier. People go out there and they'll go fishing and stuff. C.B. Harvey Rest Beach Park, the city of Key West. Okay. And try to make sure I don't. There we go. Again, very narrow little roads. So if you're used to those roads with, big wide lanes, not going to happen here. Atlantis House here on the left. Christopher, welcome. Thanks for being here. It's a wooden sign. Nice. Okay. That's still a point of interest for sure. Yeah, Key West Beach Club right here on the right. Oh, nice, Tobin, on the Big Island. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Continental United States, or CONUS, as they call it in the military. CONUS. This scooter. Yeah, that would not be fun to have all that, splash all that water up on yourself. It is about 3:30 p.m. Eastern, 12:30 Pacific right now. We're in Key West, Florida, driving the quiet side of the island. So my plan was to, this is Atlantic Boulevard right here that we're on. We're going to turn on to Bertha Street here. My plan originally, southernmost hockey club over here for the kids and the love of the game. Key West hockey, if you can believe that. Was planning on going to Sloppy Joe's with the family here. We'll see if they have a live band. And if they do, I'm going to bring the gimbal with me. We'll try and see if we can live stream the band. Why not? Begin A1A. That's alternate route 1A here. So it's an alternate route for US 1. And A1A also goes up the eastern seaboard of Florida. And again, with the water line, it looks like it just comes right up to the road out here. It's really cool. And there we go. this little SUV just popped up a little message that said, "Would you like to take a break?" I guess it thinks I've been driving too long. I don't know. And it had a little coffee cup above it. That's different. So I think these are condos here. I believe those are condos. So right lane bicycles can use the whole right lane here. Again, I mean, I love the intent. I just don't know about the real world practicality of that, because people drive like maniacs. And again, this is the quiet side here, so you see the Atlantic over here on the right. And usually this place is packed. There's cars all over the place, people everywhere, but the rain again drove people away. Mile marker 1 here for A1A. And they used to have a little section up here with houseboats on it, but the city finally said that the people living there were no longer allowed there, so they had all the houseboats moved. They were right off the seawall there. And this is the other fort. Okay, so Fort East Martello. That's what it was, yes. Fort Martello. So another old fort over here on the left. And we're going to make a left into here because why not? Benihana, they have a Benihana here. Wow. Of course, boating's such a huge part of life down here. But I want to welcome you to Key West International Airport. Departures, arrivals, we'll drive by departures over here on the ramp. On this wet ramp here. Ticketing, departures. Here we go. It's a very busy scene here. Another Monroe County Sheriff vehicle. And they have just the parking right here and stuff. So your flights out of here are pretty much going to be Miami, obviously, but then also right up our alley. They also have nonstops, I believe, to Orlando, and I think they have one to Dallas on American. I thought I saw. And Charlotte is the other one. Charlotte for I think that's United / Continental / Useless Airways. Let me see if I can take a look at the... Actually, you know what? Return to terminal. I don't want to go back to the terminal. I want to see the runway. But they'll fly... I don't think Southwest does not fly into here, but... American, United, and Delta, I believe, fly in here. Delta from Atlanta, American from Dallas, and United from Charlotte. Low-flying helicopter right off the coast there. Probably a naval vessel. Oh, I had a troll. Thank you for taking care of him. Appreciate you guys. Wow, it's early. They're getting started early today, huh? Wanted to see if I could see the runway. Windward Point. Here next to this. Next to the Benihana. I don't know what I'm going to see here. Well, there's a jetway right there. That appears to be as close as we're going to be able to get. A couple of jetways that'll take you out to your plane. But it is a jet engine service down here. They do have they have an airline down here called Silver Airlines, but they just closed up shop. They did non-stops from Fort Lauderdale as well as some other places down here. But they just suddenly up and closed up shop and declared bankruptcy. Yes, they will. Absolutely, Sal. So guys, thank you so very, very much. 4.5 hours. Thank you guys. I love you guys so much. You guys are terrific. I love this community. We're going to go ahead and find our hotel and check in, and then we will go ahead and I will try and see if I can do a live stream of the band at Sloppy Joe's bar down here in Key West here in a little bit. I'm going to go have some dinner, and there's another little friend right there. Appropriately here at the end of the stream. But again, thank you guys so very, very much. I am so grateful for you guys. And as always, remember here on the VegasDon channel, it is the journey where what happens in Vegas and in America. Stay right here on the VegasDon channel on YouTube. Thank you guys so very, very much. We will see you hopefully shortly. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, everyone. All right.